Um, in fact, as I say, the inquiry is now resumed. We've obviously had to get some addendum proofs presented. Can I ask what issues have arisen in relation to those two?
So can I perhaps kick off? So far as the addendums are concerned, you when discussing the arrangements on the last occasion for the addendums, you indicated that the council's addendum was to be confined to the issue of implementation and the file. And you indicated that so far as the appellant was concerned, the appellant would be able to, if they so wish, to include any further documents they had, do you recall, in respect of hostel use, historic documents. And that was then confirmed by the Planning Inspectorate by email sent after the receipt of the council's addendum on the 1st of November, which indicated or reinforced that the scope had been implementation. What gave rise to that email from the Planning Inspectorate was that the council's addendum had related to 4 issues. The first was implementation. The second was need. The third was nil use, put in a different way to the way it had been previously put. And the fourth was the ground C arguments in terms of the comparison between hostel use and the use of the various units by reference to Panayi and so on. As a result of that, the appellant's solicitor wrote to PINS copying in the appellant on the 19th of October, and that generated the email that I just referred to from PINS on the 1st of November, asking the council for an explanation. The council responded on the 3rd of November, and in the response of the 3rd of November, I'm so sorry, the 5th of November, and in their response of the 5th of November, the council acknowledged that the further evidence in respect of need had been inadvertently added, as it put it, although it's hard to see how it could have been done inadvertently, but nonetheless, inadvertently added, the consequence of which was that the appendices and the relevant sections of the addendum proof that dealt with that issue could be struck out. Insofar as the ground C and the nil use issues, the council sought to maintain that neither of those issues were outside the scope of your direction as to what that addendum evidence could contain. That resulted in a response from the appellant solicitor of the same date, the 5th of November, maintaining that the ground C position exceeded the scope, and so far as nil use, making clear that the way in which it was put in the addendum was different from the way in which it had been previously put by the council, in particular in opening, when I think it had been raised for the first time. The council responded on the 8th of November and maintained their position, and when chased on the 8th of November by the appellant, all of this correspondence, of course, being through PINS, the council effectively shut down the argument on the 12th of November, saying there's nothing more to add. So the position is that so far as the addendum evidence is concerned, it relates to two issues which go beyond your direction if we take away the need argument. And the appellant took a pragmatic view, frankly, once we got to Monday, because we wanted to get the evidence served, and so addressed both of those matters within our addendum proof. And in terms of where we are now, so we're entirely in your hands, of course, and it's a matter for your discretion as to whether or not in Mr. Sutton's reopened evidence in chief this morning, as to whether or not we deal with the ground C and nil use points. We're plainly prepared to deal with it because we've addressed it in the addendum proof, because we didn't want unnecessary delays and so on today. So that I hope clarifies where we are in terms of those issues. There is, of course, a further document that we provided this morning, which perhaps I'll come on to, shall I, in due course, unless you want me to address that now.
It hasn't come through to me this morning, I must say. Let me have a look. I'll just check my emails.
Can I ask my learned friend if he can at least nod or shake his head as to whether he's received it? I'm very grateful. Thank you. I'll take the thumbs up.
Yeah. It hasn't got through to me at the moment, but it does take a little while to get through the system at PINS, but I'll let you know when that happens.
Thank you. We sent it at about 9 o'clock this morning, so hopefully it should reach you very shortly. It's a single page.
Yes, if it doesn't reach me by the break, I'll email PINS and get them to send it through to me.
Thank you very much. So can we put that to one side then until you've seen the document?
Yes. I'll deal with this now. I don't need a reply. It is a difficult situation, but I certainly did only want the addendum proof to address the planning permission and whether it was implemented or not and the conditions, etc. That was why we adjourned, and I accept that there was additional evidence put into that proof of evidence. The real difficulty for a planning inspector is that ultimately it's for the courts to decide on this, and the way the courts tend to look at this, if the matter is relevant to the decision I'm going to make, then it's a very difficult job for me to turn it away. The system is geared up for not to do that. Unfortunately, the system is geared up. If someone does something which is unacceptable or one side finds unacceptable, then the other side, that they make a cost application basically, and it's a matter to say, was it unacceptable? You look at it in a cost application, you see if the behaviour was, there was a reason why there was a delay in providing that information, and that comes out in the cost. But as far as I can see, the information the council have put in is relevant, and I'm not going to turn it away. So I'm glad you have dealt with it. But that's the situation. We don't have. Technically, I have the power to say no, I won't listen to it. But I think that would just end up in the courts, and we will be back here in a year's time doing the same thing, probably with a different inspector. So I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, I do have to accept that. And if you want to make a cost application, that is up to you. You have to decide, and then I can look at the facts on the basis of the applications and responses which are made.
Yeah. So I entirely accept that, and that's why I didn't go so far this morning as to set out an objection to it going in, because of course I understand the point about the material being relevant, and we've had an opportunity to deal with it.
Yes. So is there anything else anybody wishes to raise this morning?
So I think so far as the document is concerned, you probably need to see it, I think, before we can get started.
Right. What I intend to do is go straight back to you to continue your examination in chief on those last bits, and then I'll go back to the cross-examination by the council. Can I take a 10-minute adjournment then, and I'll chase up the planning inspector and see if I can get that through. So it was sent through this morning about 9 o'clock.
It was through the from the appellant solicitor.
Yeah. Okay. If I'm going to adjourn the inquiry, it is now 10 past 10 roughly. So I'm going to adjourn till 20 past 10. Okay.
Thank you. Can I I wonder if my learned friend and I might use a few minutes to speak briefly, if he's happy to do so.
Yes. Okay, that'll be fine, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right. Hello again. I'm sorry, a little late, but it has just come through. I got through, and they were going to send it through. So I have seen that document now, Mr. Grant, and I've read it through. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I've been able to speak to my learned friend, and which was a constructive discussion. Can I perhaps bring you up to date as to where we are? And I hope I put his position accurately. I'm sure he'll indicate if I got it wrong. But the council's position is that they don't object to that letter being introduced into evidence. That's the first point. Second, the council now withdraw the implementation argument. Third, on the subject of nil use, so you'll recall the way in which it was put by my learned friend in opening, which I understand, which was to say that if you took the view there had been a C3 residential intervention use, or intervening use, that had not become lawful, and that you were satisfied that there wasn't a lawful hostile use, then the use would be nil. And I understood that position as it was put in opening. In the council's addendum, so can I just invite you to look at paragraph 3.18. And the final sentence of that paragraph.
Yes.
And the way in which it was put in the addendum was different and broader than that, where Mr. Daines wrote that if the residential C3 use has now ceased and serviced apartments are in use at the site, then the site would now be nil use. In other words, if it ceased, irrespective of whether it had become lawful or not. And that point was repeated in the final sentence of paragraph 3.33. And I discussed it with my learned friend who's indicated to me that the council's position is as it was put in opening.
Right.
Not in the broader sense in which it was appeared to be put in the addendum proof. Can I draw all of that together to suggest, if my learned friend agrees with this, as a pragmatic and clear way forward, that in the addendum proof that paragraphs 3.2 to 3.19, which set out the arguments in respect of implementation, that those be struck out, and that in respect of the nil use point, that the final sentence of 3.18 and the final sentence of 3.33 be struck out. In the time that my learned friend and I had, we didn't get as far as that sort of pragmatic way of reflecting the position, but I doubt that he would regard that as a controversial way of dealing with it. And so the effect of all that, and I hope I've got it right, is of course it reduces very significantly the scope of what we have left to deal with, because so far as the examination in chief is concerned, it means that the only new matter effectively that I have to deal with is the ground C points that are made by the council in their addendum.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Stretton, do you want to confirm that, or do you want to add your comments to it, or the way you want it to be considered?
Yes, it's largely agreed, but not entirely. In particular, the last point about strikeout is not the way that I would ask you, sir, to proceed. In terms of the admission of the additional evidence, we don't object to it. And in terms of the effect of that, we do now accept that on the balance of probability, the permission was lawfully implemented. That, as I said to Mr. Grant when we spoke, is without prejudice to the question of whether or not it was ever actually the upper floors were ever actually used as a hostel. And so what is not accepted is that the corollary of that is that it would be appropriate to strike passages from the proof.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Is that me or?
It's not me, sir.
It's not me.
I don't know what's happening. Let me tell
I
you.
can mute myself to show that it's not me. Oh, I think it's gone.
That's good. It was muted himself.
So you're now muted.
It's very pleasant music, but it doesn't help the inquiry.
So it only arrives when you unmute yourself.
I'm going to put myself on mute, but I don't. Sorry, Ms. Caraman, can you say why this music is coming on?
For some strange reason, it seems to be coming from your feed.
Good afternoon, teachers. Magandang hapon po sa inyong
Is
lahat.
there anything you potentially have open in the background? Maybe a
Good afternoon,
link or
everyone.
video?
Somebody's got
Nice
that.
to be back.
Could every
Parang kailan lang kakatapos sila ng October series natin. Magandang hapon po sa inyo, teachers. And thank you for joining us here in this afternoon's session to begin our November series. At Sir John Bean at saka Teacher Pao, medyo kinakabahan ako dito sa session natin ngayon kasi it's either baka ma-retain ako sa trabaho or baka mawalan ako ng trabaho this session.
So given it does seem to come when you log in, should I suggest we all log out and log in again and just see if that...
Has it gone now?
Yep.
Yes, sir, it has, yes.
Now, I think it may have been coming from mine, but I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea where it came from.
Well, so I think what we can all say with certainty is that over the course of the lockdown, we've come across worse in the course of these virtual hearings.
Right, so yes, that shows my technological prowess. Please, sorry, Mr. Stratton.
So, no, sir, if I may just come back to where I was, we wouldn't consent to the striking out of those paragraphs of the evidence. We would suggest that it all remains in, but the conclusion that one reaches in light of that latest piece of evidence is that we accept on the balance of probability that the permission was lawfully implemented. As to the nil use question, just to explain clearly what the council's position is, it is as set out in opening that if the C3 use became lawful, then that might be a use to which it would be possible to revert as a result of enforcement action. And because of the way in which the notice is framed, which doesn't require anything but the cease of the ongoing use, that isn't a matter which one needs to consider safe for the purposes of Ground A. And as I've explained on Ground A, our primary position is that the lawful use is C3. If it's not C3, then we say that it's nil. But what we do say is that the effect of an intervening C3 use is that the lawful use cannot be a hostel. So if an intervening C3 use is accepted, it is impossible that the lawful use be as hostel.
Okay, that's made it very clear. Thank you very much. Then, Mr. Grant, do you want to add anything to that?
Just so far as the striking out, I mean, what I was suggesting was consistent actually with the way that it was put by the council's solicitor in their email of the 8th of November in respect of the need evidence in terms of striking out. So it seemed to me to be entirely consistent with that. So I'm not entirely sure why my learned friend doesn't want us to go down that route. If he doesn't want it to be struck out, then can I suggest, so that there's a clear record of it, that during the course of the day, what would be, I think, a very short addendum to the statement of common ground, which makes the position clear. So I'm reasonably relaxed as to which of those two approaches we take. Although, as I say, I don't entirely understand why it's okay to strike out need, but not the rest of it. But there we are.
That's fine. If you do want to come up with the amended statement of ground, I'm perfectly amenable to that, but I'm not going to insist on it by any means. So, Mr. Grant, if you'd like to recall your witness to give that addendum.
Thank you very much. So it's Mr. Sutton.
Mr. Grant, good morning.
Mr. Sutton, you'll have to bear with me for just a moment. So, Mr. Sutton, you'll recall that you asked for the witnesses to give evidence on oath. Are you happy to work on the basis that he continues to be under oath?
Yes, absolutely happy for that. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Sutton, good morning.
Good morning.
You'll have heard of events over the last few minutes, so you understand now that I'm not going to ask you questions in your evidence in chief on the implementation issue, and nor in relation to the nil use point. I'm just going to ask you some supplementary questions about the ground C position. And perhaps you would take up, please, Mr. Daines's addendum proof of evidence at paragraph 3.25.
Uh, 325, yes.
3.25, and then so that we have your evidence on the point to hand, can you turn within your addendum proof, please, to page 18, the section which begins at paragraph 2.43.
Yes.
And specifically, I want to ask you about the Panay characteristics, and to just for you to just help the inspector in respect of those characteristics.
Yes.
And if you look above paragraph 3.25 in the Mr. Daines's addendum 3.24, you see them set out in a way that's easy for us to get to.
Yes, I do.
And so far as the bullet points are concerned, the presence of dormitories and or communal or shared facilities. And I want to ask you specifically, please, about the laundry room. You spoke a little bit about it in your evidence in chief on the last occasion. So far as the laundry room is concerned, what do you understand the position as to whether or not that can be used by guests in addition to or instead of staff cleaning linen and towels and so on?
The laundry room is open to all guests. There is free access to all guests staying at the property, and that has been noted by the council in its site notes within its evidence.
I think if we look at the council's original appendices to Appendix 5, we see their site visit notes, don't we?
We do, and if you look at Appendix 5,
you'll just pause so that we can all get to the document. So this is the council's Appendix 5 from their original bundle. And we can see there the document is headed Site Visit 2nd of January 2020. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And if you follow down, Mr. Sutton, please, to the 5th line of the site visit notes, what does that tell us about the laundry room?
It refers to it as being an open room.
Okay.
One open room used, it seems, to service a short-term lets with laundry facilities.
And in response to the way in which Mr. Daines has put it in his addendum, is there any sign, or has there ever been any sign on the laundry room door, which says that that's for staff only.
Not at all.
So far as the apartments are concerned, and the contents of the apartments, do all the apartments contain their own washing machines?
Some do, but not all of the apartments have a washing machine.
Mr. Daines makes the point that, and I'll paraphrase it, that the laundry room isn't well decorated in keeping with the apartments themselves, and the inspector can draw an inference from that as to whether it's intended for use by guests. What weight do you say the inspector should give to the fact that the laundry room isn't well decorated?
None at all. I don't see that it has any weight whatsoever to the matters in hand.
No, or the fact that the units, for example, in the laundry room aren't as pristine as they might be within the apartments themselves. What weight should that carry?
I don't see that it carries any weight.
Okay. If we go back then to the list, which we can see extracted from PNIE and set out at 3.24 of the Council's addendum, the use of the premises in accommodating specific categories of people, for example, the young or the homeless. And we see below at 3.25, Mr. Daines writes that there's no evidence online or on site indicating the use of the premises in accommodating specific categories of people. See that, e.g. the young or the homeless? Yes?
Yes.
Can you turn, please, to your original Appendix 7, which is the delegated report relating to the 24 enforcement notices?
Yes, my Appendix 7.
Your Appendix 7, and again, we'll pause so that we can all have that to hand. Thank you. And if you can turn forward, please, within the report, Mr. Sutton, to paragraph 6.2.
A 6.2, yes.
Yeah. And perhaps you would read out the first sentence of 6.2 for us, please.
Certainly. So 6.2 starts, furthermore, the promotional material for the property, as witnessed on Airbnb, advertises the property on a nightly basis and clearly demonstrates that the property is marketed to the transient visitor tourist industry rather than the conventional housing market. Yeah.
Now, a couple of questions arising out of that, and keep the report open because we'll come back to it in a minute. First of all, was the officer correct or incorrect in saying that the property is marketed or aimed at the transient visitor tourist industry?
He's correct.
Yeah. And to what extent do you say that is consistent or inconsistent with the characteristic identified in PNIE that the use of the premises in accommodating specific categories of people?
I would say that's entirely compliant. It is aimed at a specific category of a person who is transient in nature, and that is acknowledged by the council at 6.2 of its delegated report, and again at 6.12 of the same report. The point is repeated.
Yeah. The next bullet, please, in PNIE, whether the premises are serviced and or supervised. I don't think it's the appellate's position, is it, that the apartments are supervised. But so far as servicing, what do you say about that?
The property is serviced, both in terms of the laundry facilities, in terms of cleaning, in terms of linen cleaning, in terms of Wi-Fi that is provided, in terms of toiletries that are provided. So it is serviced, yes.
Yeah. And if you, again, turn your eyes back to the delegated report.
Yes.
And I won't ask you to read out paragraphs again, but if you look at 5.21 and 6.1, particularly the end of 6.1,
Yes.
particularly the end of 5.2.1, again, does that support or undermine what you just said about the extent to which services are provided?
It supports it. It's acknowledged by the council that it's serviced.
Yeah, and in terms of the description of the breach in the enforcement notices, use of serviced apartments, again, does that appear to indicate to you whether or not the council accepted in issuing the notices that the apartments are serviced?
Absolutely.
Back to Panayi, whether payment is made by the local authority, I don't think you're suggesting that, are you, on the appellant's behalf?
No.
And next, whether payment is on a nightly basis. And again, if we turn to the delegated report 6.2, we see, you read it out already, that the first sentence indicates that the property is advertised on a nightly basis. What do you understand about about whether or not payment is on a nightly basis?
Well, payment is on a nightly basis. So the payment is based on the number of nights stayed. So the rate is per night. So yes, it is a nightly basis in which payment is made.
What do you make of the suggestion, if this is what he's saying, what do you think of the suggestion from Mr. Daines that in order to tick that characteristic, payment has to be physically made on a nightly basis?
I cannot believe that is the case. I don't accept that. And I'm sure, for example, that Hackney Council, where it is paying for people, it does not pay for each individual person on a nightly basis. It will be based on a lump sum on a week or a monthly basis or whatever it might be. So I don't accept that point at all.
Yeah. And so what do you say as to whether or not the use meets that characteristic that payment is on a nightly basis?
I would say the service department use is completely in accordance with that.
Yeah. The next bullet point, whether the residents are transient in the sense they're placed in the accommodation. Now, so far as the second half of that sentence, is it the case here, as you understand it, that residents are placed in the accommodation whilst awaiting accommodation elsewhere? Is it that sort of operation?
It's not, no, but they are certainly transient, and that is how it's been described by both us and the council.
Yeah, and if you look further up to the opening paragraph of 3.24, Mr. Daines accurately sets out that Panayi, it was found that the presence and use of some of the features below combined were sufficient to distinguish the use of the premises as that of a hostel. What's your evidence to the inspector as to whether or not some of the features in that list are present in this case?
I think the key point is that it's not necessary to provide evidence of each. Some will be sufficient, but as we've talked about, there are obviously communal facilities in terms of the laundry. There's servicing. The people using the premises are transient. It's acknowledged by both parties are transient in nature, and we think payment is on a nightly basis. So I think in terms of those tests, I think the service department use complies with those characteristics of a hostel, which goes back to our case that there hasn't been a material change of use from hostel to service department.
Yeah, and I think in your original evidence you set out, didn't you, what you regard as the similarities between hostel use and the service departments?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that it's a notable point. There is a difference between a change of use and a material change of use, and our argument is that our case is that there is no material change of use that has occurred here.
Yeah, and if you just go back to your original proof of evidence, please. And in particular, page 29, paragraph 6.9, so page 21, paragraph 6.9.
Sorry, 20. Yes, 6.9.
You say there, having set out above the Westminster British Waterways Board case or referred to it, you then say at 6.9, in summary, it's considered that the use of the site as short-term accommodation is operationally and material similar in character to a hostel type use. No material change of use has taken place. Since you wrote your proof and we've gone through the addendum process and so on, have you seen any material to cause you to change your position on that?
Not at all, no.
No. Thank you. So given the earlier discussion about the topics that remain open from the addendum material, that's all I propose to cover in my evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Right then, I think if we could then continue straight into the cross-examination and continue with that. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Sutton.
Mr. Streeton, good morning.
So I will just recap where we got to last time on one or two things. Then we can talk about facts, the lawful use, and then each of the grounds in turn, if that seems a sensible route map. In terms of the recap, as I recall, you don't challenge that the current use of the 24 units in question is as 24 separate service departments.
No, that's not. That is accepted by the appellant.
And so you don't dispute that each is a separate planning unit?
Each is a separate planning unit, and there are 24 separate enforcement notices for the inspector to consider.
And I just wanted to check this. Would you accept that use as either a hostel or C3 use, and obviously I've heard what you, C1 use as service departments, and obviously I've heard what you just said about the materiality of the difference between those two, are materially different from a C3 residential use. So hostel or C1 is materially different from C3?
Yes.
And I believe last time we agreed, as you just said, although there are separate enforcement notices for each, the appeals are conjoined because they're interrelated, and it's appropriate to consider the issues together and as a whole.
I don't, the point I made, and just to be absolutely clear on this, there are 24 separate enforcement notices, and each one has to be considered individually. They might all have the same issues, they might all be in the same building, but they all have to be considered individually. They are not an amorphous whole. They are 24 separate enforcement notices.
But you did agree with me previously, didn't you, that it was appropriate to consider the issues arising together and as a whole?
Against the background, and I was clear, against the background of being 24 individual enforcement notices.
Yes. But is your position that it's appropriate to consider the issues together and as a whole or not?
The point I'm making is they may have the same issues, they may be in the same building, but they are 24 separate notices. So in each case, in all 24 cases, the inspector has to come to a conclusion on each individual notice. It's not the case that you lump them all in together and consider them as a whole. They may have similar issues in the same building, but they are 24 separate notices.
And so in each case, the burden is on the appellant to show, with reference to a specific unit, that its grounds are made out.
In respect to B and C, yes.
Turning then to the lawful use, I believe we agreed last time that the appellant acquired the appeal site in August 2011, is that right?
It is, yes.
And so on that basis, he's now owned the property for in excess of 10 years?
Yes.
And there's no ground D appeal, is there?
There is not, no.
That was withdrawn through your proof of evidence, wasn't it?
Correct, yes.
And presumably that was on the basis of input from you and a decision that the ground D could not be sustained.
It was on the basis that we would obviously need to demonstrate it on the balance of probability, and I wasn't provided with the required level of information that I would need to demonstrate that. So
on the information you were provided, it was not possible to demonstrate 10 years continued use as a hostel?
Sorry, say that again.
On the information you were provided with, it was not possible to demonstrate 10 years continuous use as a materially identical use, i.e. what you've just described, a hostel or serviced apartments.
No, that's not what the point I'm making. I am more than happy that on the balance of probability, the lawful use here is as a hostel. That is without dispute. And I think we talked about that last time. You know, in order to satisfy the balance of probability test, you only need to be 51% confident that something is the case. And I think in light of everything that's been discussed to date, in light of the document this morning, I have no doubt that on the balance of probability, the lawful use is a hostel. What we didn't pursue was a ground D case, which would be based on sworn testimony and so forth, because that information wasn't available to me. And that's, you know, that is a reflection of the client in this instance. We all have different clients, some of which are very good at keeping records, some of which not so good.
Well, you said it's a reflection of the client in this instance. You referred last time, didn't you, to acquiring the premises with the hostel permission and tenancies in place in your examination in chief. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, yeah, that is my understanding of the,
yes.
The situation.
And so you must be aware that there will be accounts which have been produced recording the rents paid by tenants and tenancy agreements.
One would assume so, but I don't have them.
No, your client would have them though, wouldn't they? They would keep those as business records.
Well, again, this comes back to my point in terms of, you know, some clients, it's very easy to get information out of and keep very good records. That isn't always the case. I simply don't have those records.
Did you request them?
I've spoken to my client to request documents, and I have been, you know, they've not been provided to me. That isn't to say they don't exist, but I have not been provided with them.
Yeah, they do exist though, don't they?
Well, I haven't seen them, so I can't attest to that.
Well, has your client given you an indication that they exist?
My client has confirmed to me that there were obviously they bought the premises in August 2011, and that they at the time there was tenancies in place, that people had the units, and then my understanding is that the people who had those units were effectively running them on effectively a short-term letting basis, effectively, you know, similar to an Airbnb use. That is what I've been advised.
Well, just to check, so when you say there were tenancies in place, what you mean is that each of the units was let to an individual under a tenancy agreement?
I haven't seen those tenancies agreements. What I understand is that obviously the premises were purchased in August 2011 by the client based on the hostel use. The client, when they purchased it, I believe, had aspirations to refurbish the premises and put additional floors on top, which is reflected in the planning history. And whilst that was going on, they leased off the rooms, or I think some of the rooms may have been leased to more than one room may have been leased to a particular person or company, and then effectively they were then being used on a short-term letting basis. And my understanding of what happened is the client then saw how successful that was, and so as the individual units became available, they took them back and then did it themselves.
I want to break this down, and I want you to answer my questions very specifically. Point one, although you have not been provided with them, your understanding is that at the time the premises were purchased, each of the room was separately let under a different tenancy agreement to a different person.
I can't say that every single room was let to a separate person. It may well be that a particular company or person was letting more than one room. I'm not saying it's 24 separate people with 24 separate rooms. It may well have been that a company had more than one room at any one time. But yes, the point you're making is that my understanding is that there were tenancies in place in 2011, and that those third parties were subletting the rooms. That is my understanding.
As I said, I want to take it in turns. So each room was sublet under a separate tenancy agreement.
Well, that's the point I'm saying. I can't attest that each individual room was the subject of individual tenancy. It may be that a person or company took 2 or 3 rooms. It's not necessarily that all 24 went to 24 different people. There might have been, somebody that had 3 or 4 rooms at a time.
But they were separate units, so they'd have been under separate tenancy agreements.
Well, yes, they were separate units. So yes, one person may have had 3 or 4 tenancy agreements. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. Now I want to ask this very clearly. Have you asked your client for those tenancy agreements? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did your client provide them to you?
No.
That is notwithstanding that the burden is on you to prove the use throughout.
Correct. And as I've already stated, I am perfectly content that on the balance of probability, the lawful use is a hostel.
Those tenancy agreements would be highly relevant to whether or not the evidence suggests a lawful C3 use accrued, wouldn't they?
Well, yes. I mean, the wording on the tenancy agreement would be relevant. Absolutely.
Now, I then want to go on. As I recall last time, and as I said, I noted it down, you said that with those tenancy agreements in place in your chief, your client, this is a quote, essentially allowed the tenants to get on with it because rent was coming in. Do you recall saying that?
Yes. Yes.
And you say that some of those units, or at least some of those units, to be fair to you, were being sublet on what would now be regarded as an Airbnb basis. Is that right?
That is my understanding, yes.
There is no evidence whatsoever of that, is there?
Before this inquiry, in terms of those tenancy agreements, no.
But in terms of subletting, there is no evidence of subletting whatsoever before this inquiry.
Other than what my testimony now, no.
And your client could have given oral testimony of that, but has not been called to give oral evidence.
No, they're not here giving oral evidence, no.
And that deprives me and the council of the opportunity of challenging that in oral evidence, doesn't it?
Well, it's not before the inquiry, so no.
So in terms of the suggestion that there were sublets, that can be given little, if any, weight, can't it?
Well, I think I'm telling you what my understanding as a witness to the inquiry is the position. So that is my evidence, and that is what my understanding is and what I've been advised. No, there aren't any tenancy agreements in place, so that isn't before the inquiry, but my testimony is.
But standing back and looking at what we have, which is you making an assertion on behalf of your client without having been provided of any first-hand evidence, and in circumstances where your client has actively chosen not to give evidence on oath to this inquiry, we cannot say that on the balance of probability that subletting took place, can we?
But that isn't the question there. The balance of probability of whether that subletting took place isn't the question before the inquiry. The question is the lawful use, and our assertion, as it has been from the outset, is the lawful use is a hostel. So the question of balance of probability is based on, is a hostel the lawful use?
Well, I will ask you this question. On the balance of probability, you cannot say that the tenants sublet their rooms, can you? You cannot say that on the balance of probability.
Well, the balance of probability, as I said before, is a test where it is simply, it's not beyond reasonable doubt. It's not the criminal test of beyond reasonable doubt. It is simply whether something is more or less likely to have happened. So if something is more than likely to have happened, as I said before, if something is only 51%, if I think something is just 51% likely to have occurred, then it's met the balance of probability test. So if you're saying to me that the owner of the property has told me that's happened, then I'm going to take that at face value. And so, yes, I do believe on the balance of probability. I'm happy saying it.
Right, but that's notwithstanding the fact that if it were actually true, he could be here giving that evidence on oath, and he's refused to do that.
I don't think anyone is. You say if that were true. I mean, I'm accepting that as the truth. I'm sure that is the truth. They're not here, no.
Well, you say you're sure that's the truth, but if it were the truth, you said that you asked for evidence in relation to this. You weren't given it, and your client's not giving evidence on oath. So you can't be sure at all, can you? Because if it were true, the evidence would all have been put forward, wouldn't it?
No, not necessarily. The fact that the evidence hasn't been put forward does not mean that's not the case. It simply means. I mean, you're going back, as you said. You've already highlighted the clients owned the property for 10 years. As I say, I have lots. We all have lots of different clients. Some people are much more organised than others. So, it's not. I don't think you can infer that just because somebody is not here giving evidence that something wasn't the case. And that's not what we're debating. We're debating the lawful use, and I've made my comments on that already.
Yeah, but as we've agreed, the burden is on you.
Yes.
And so there's a very clear way of proving this, which would be for evidence to be given on oath and for that to be tested. And the decision has been taken tactically not to do that, hasn't it?
Well, you say tactically. If the information is not available or the client doesn't have it to hand because their record keepings aren't read, I mean, they're an offshore company. I think, the point is, and I keep saying it, the burden is on us to demonstrate the balance of probability. And for all the reasons that we've discussed and I've said, I think these comments about the tenancies are somewhat missing the point. My point is, and the appellant's point is, that as far as we are concerned, and everything that we have seen, and indeed, obviously, what's happened this morning as well, is that the hostel is the lawful use of the site on the balance of probability.
I'll put this to you straight, Mr. Sutton. The appellant is concealing highly relevant evidence which would go to considering whether or not C3 use continued for a period of 4 years, isn't it?
No, I don't see how you can say that. I mean, one assumes that you haven't seen the evidence either, if I haven't seen it. So I don't see how you can see that. I mean, that is just, that's an assumption. I'm afraid I think you're reaching there, Mr. Streeton. I don't think you can come to that conclusion at all. That evidence isn't before the inquiry, so you can't possibly attest to what it says.
I don't need to attest to what it says. What I say is it's plainly highly relevant, it's plainly in your client's possession, and yet we neither have that nor your client here to speak to it, so it is being concealed, isn't it?
No, I don't accept that at all. I don't accept that at all. I mean, no.
The letter of the 26th of May 1999, which was determinative of the position on lawful implementation, the one that was put in late this morning.
Yes.
That came from your client, did it?
It was sent to me by our solicitor, and I'm assuming it came from the client. Yes.
And it first came into your possession when?
About 9:15 this morning. I'd have to just check my emails.
But by email this morning is satisfactory. I'm not asking for a time.
This morning.
Presumably you had previously asked your client for all relevant documents in relation to this appeal.
I've already confirmed I asked for information.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so we're agreed, aren't we, that that's a highly relevant document?
Well, it's a document dated May 1999. So, I mean, again, this document precedes my client's ownership by more than 10 years.
Yeah.
So I'm not. So it's come from somewhere. I assume it's come from someone else. But it's an 11. It's 12 years prior to my client's purchase.
Well, Mr. Sutton, what I'm going to suggest is that it's one of a number of highly relevant documents in your client's possession that have not been disclosed and that was disclosed tactically at 9 a.m. this morning.
Well, with all due respect, if it was in our possession all this time, we would have released it earlier, I'm sure, because it would have obviously made our case, stronger. So, no, I don't accept that at all.
Well, if it's in your or Mr. Grant's possession, I quite accept that. But your client, as I say, is sitting on a bank of highly relevant documents which he is not putting before the inquiry.
I can't repeat the same point again, but this letter in particular, as I say, precedes my client's ownership by 12 years. I don't see why you would assume that my client would have correspondence, this correspondence, which precedes its ownership by such a long time.
Right. Well, I think we've probably gone round on that as far as we can. I do just note one thing. If you look at your proof of evidence at paragraph 5.6.
My main proof or my...
Your main proof of evidence at 5.6.
5.6. Yes.
Could you read that out, please?
5.6. There is no evidence in the public domain that any previous residential use of the site has ever been authorised, either through an explicit planning permission or any certificate of lawfulness.
Yes, and I just want to pause there. That is a very carefully worded sentence, isn't it? It refers to evidence in the public domain, and it refers to the site being authorised.
Well, I'm not sure about careful wording. I'll take that as a compliment, but that's a factual. I mean, that is written by me as a factual statement,
Yes.
which is correct. So I'm not certain that there's any suggestion that that's some tactfully careful wording. That's just a factual statement.
The reason why you've used the words "in the public domain" is because your client does have evidence of previous residential use, and you can't deny that he does.
I'm fairly certain when I wrote that sentence that was not what I had in mind in terms of some carefully constructed. I think you're giving me too much credit, Mr. Streeton. No, I mean that is a factually accurate statement, which I think which the council, I'm sure, agrees with, and that's what I've written. I mean, it's a fact. It is my proof of evidence. It's a factual statement. I mean, there's no. I really don't think there's a sort of an alternative or ulterior motive there. Certainly, no, I don't accept that I wrote that in some slightly devious manner to conceal a point.
Well, let me put it the other way around. You could not have written a sentence which read, "There is no evidence of a previous residential use of the site."
I have not seen any evidence of a previous residential use of the site.
No, that's not the same thing. You would not have written the sentence, "There is no evidence of any previous residential use of the site."
Well, I could have done. I'd have just. I mean, I didn't because that's not what I've written there. But I mean, I could have done.
Is that your case then? If it is, then by all means say it is your case.
No, let's not change things. The case is as written in my proof of evidence at 5.6 there, which is a factually accurate statement. The suggestion of what I could or couldn't have written, I think, is somewhat irrelevant. I mean, that is the case. That is factually correct. That is, I believe, agreed by the council. So I'm not certain quite what the question is.
Let's turn it around. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is evidence of a previous residential use of the site, at least some?
No, I don't accept that.
So your case is then that there is no evidence of a previous residential use of the site?
No, I mean, I've not seen any evidence that there is a previous residential, convincing evidence that there is a previous residential use of the site.
All right, well, let's test that. You don't contend that the site has been used as service departments for 10 years on the balance of probability, do you?
the service department use, we say, commenced in around 2016. Before that, there was my understanding is there was a more ad hoc short-term letting, similar to Airbnb type operation.
And you don't have evidence of whether that was for all units or just for some, do you?
No, as I say, we've been through this. We haven't put in the evidence on that.
Right. Could we then please? Actually, no. One more point before we do that. Now, your case is now that it would be a series of separate residential units pursuant to the 1994 permission. So not residential units, C1 units. Pursuant to the 1994 permission, it would have been a single planning unit, wouldn't it?
Sorry, when you say it is our case now, that's not correct. It's always been our case that there are 24 individual enforcement notices here, which have been treated as 24 individual planning units.
Yeah, and it's also your case.
That's how the council has treated it.
Yeah, and it's also your case that at the time you acquired the site, it was separate units.
I don't think we've provided any. I don't think we've made that point.
Interesting that you used the word provided any. You did just tell me, though, that they were all subject to separate tenancy agreements, and so I took from that you accepted they were all separate units.
My understanding is that they all had separate tenancy agreements.
Yeah. So they were all separate units at that time.
It would, yes.
And the hostel permission, the 1994 permission, that would relate to a single planning unit, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So at some point, there has been a subdivision of the planning unit from one into multiple.
Well, has there been a subdivision? It's difficult to assert that, but I think the client obviously bought it as a single, bought it in 2011. It was then, as you say, sublet out. Arguably, potentially, yes.
Well, not arguably, potentially. Unavoidably, if it's 24 separate units, it's not one anymore.
But you're talking I mean, again, at the present time, obviously, it's being run as service departments as a single whole. But I mean, you're talking about how it's been used previously, which again, obviously, we don't have the specific evidence on that.
Oh, no. To be clear, you and I agreed at the very beginning that each unit was a separate planning unit, and it was appropriate to look at it on those terms. And you stressed that. You said you have to look at each.
On the basis, yes, on the basis there are 24 separate enforcement notices.
Yes. So undoubtedly there has been a subdivision.
The fact that the council has issued 24 separate enforcement notices, meaning that it has to look at each unit on its own, I'm not certain it absolutely follows that there's been a subdivision. I think the point is, obviously, there have been 24 individual notices issued, rather than obviously a single notice for the whole property. Hence why we're treating them as 24 individual units. But the fact the council did that, does that mean there has historically been subdivision? As I sit here and think about it, I'm not certain that is the case.
Well, Mr. Sutton, to be clear, it was the first question I asked you on the last occasion, and you agreed with me that the use of the site is as 24 separate units and that they were all different planning units. You agreed that with me, didn't you?
I need to go back. I can't remember, Mr. Streeton. I think it's a valid point. I think what I was referring to was 24 individual enforcement notices and then being treated obviously as 24 individual units.
If I can interrupt, that was the reply at the time.
Yeah.
Yes, 24 enforcement notices, 24 separate planning units. So that was where it was put on the basis of the 24.
I see, I understand.
On the basis of the 24 enforcement notices.
Yes, and 24 planning units was said in the answer.
Yeah.
So that must mean, mustn't it, that we've gone from 1 planning unit to 24 planning units?
If that is correct, yes.
What I'm going to do is ask both witnesses to go through the Birdle principles to work out what the planning unit is. I think I hadn't taken the importance of your questioning, but I will need to know what the planning unit or units are. So we need to do the Birdle test with both witnesses, please.
Yes, so that's fine. I think it's perhaps worth saying not just are, but were, because Mr. Sutton, we can agree, can't we, that if they were all 24 separate residential tenancies, then that would be 24 separate planning units at that point.
Yes.
So if the planning unit were now as a single whole, what that would mean is that you had gone from 1 planning unit to 24 planning units and then back to 1 planning unit, if that were the case.
If that was the case, yes.
Yeah. Right, let's look at Appendix 14 of Mr. Dane's proof of evidence, please. And just let me know when you have it.
Sorry, can I have the reference again, please?
Sorry, yes, there's Appendix 15 to Mr. Dane's main proof of evidence.
Thank you.
If 50.
1-5, yes. Sorry, 1-4.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I thought.
Yeah, more logical, you're right, 1-4.
Yes.
And this is a planning application form, isn't it?
It is.
And at the date that it was completed, your client owned the property.
This is the 2003. Yes, that's correct.
And at no point have you called your client to suggest that what was said in this application was in fact erroneous or untrue at the time.
What it said on the application form.
Yes.
Well, we there was some discussion about this last time in terms of question 18 in the reference to 28 houses.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you have not called your client, who would have been the person who owned the property at the time and on whose behalf a declaration would have been made, to suggest that what was said in this form was either a mistake or untrue.
Oh, I see what you mean. No, I haven't.
No. And if we then look at box 15, please.
Yep.
The way in which it's described is residential accommodation on upper floors.
Yes, it is.
And then we look at box 18, and that refers, doesn't it, to 28 residential units.
It refers to 28 houses.
Well, look at the bottom first. It says 28 residential units.
Yes.
And then don't worry, I'm not going to take the point unfairly. It says above houses. It doesn't say flats, maisonettes, live work units, cluster flats, sheltered housing, bedsit studios, or unknown, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And so whoever compiled it regarded the best description as being houses.
As opposed to flats, bedsit studios, flats, maisonettes, yes.
And what they may have meant by that was dwelling houses, i.e. separate residential units.
I can't say what was behind their mind in filling that form in.
No, That's fair enough, but what we can agree is that it was sworn to on your client's behalf at that time that the site was in use as residential accommodation in the form of 28 residential units.
That is what's on the form, yes.
And indeed, it's also said to be market housing there, isn't it? That's at the bottom of the table on the right-hand side. Market housing existing, market housing 28.
Yes.
And just to make it good, if we look in box 27, we have the sworn declaration, don't we?
Sorry, I missed. Yes,
Sorry.
the declarations are signed. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I'd then like to go back, please, to Appendix 12 to Mr. Daines's proof of evidence.
Yes.
And if you just look on the front page, please, the left-hand column, second row, what does that say?
Sorry, the front page, second.
Front page,
yeah.
And then there's a table at the top of the delegated report.
Yeah.
Second row, left-hand column.
Yeah, date of visit, 26th of February 2013.
Yeah. So we can be sure from that, can't we, that an officer named Sadie Olakadana visited the site on that occasion?
Yes.
If we then turn on, she, in the site description, says the last known lawful use of the upper floors was as a hostel, but the application form refers to the upper floors as being residential, doesn't she?
She does.
And there's nothing in her report to suggest that her site visit contradicted that ongoing residential use.
Well, that isn't what that says. What that says is the last known lawful use of the floors was a hostel. The application form refers to floors as being residential.
Yes, and she doesn't say my site visit suggested this was incorrect or anything like that, does she?
But her site visit doesn't confirm it's a residential use. It just refers to what is on the application form, and it doesn't make any comment as to whether that's correct or not.
No, but let's put it this way: it gives us no reason to doubt the veracity of the sworn statement that we've looked at.
No, I mean that confirms what you've just highlighted, which is the application form says the floors are being in residential.
Thank you. Could we then please look at Appendix 15 to Mr. Daines' proof of evidence?
Yes.
And again, we see there, don't we, reference to 28 one-bedroom market houses.
Again, yes, again, houses, not flats.
And go back to Appendix 13, please.
Yeah.
Again, the site is visited on the 22nd of October 2013, isn't it?
Yes.
This time by a different officer, Barry Coughlin.
Mm-hmm.
He produces this report.
He does.
And he says quite clearly in the site description that the site would appear to be in use as residential on its upper floors, although this appears to be unauthorised.
Yes, that is what it says.
So what we have there is an officer of the council who has visited the site, confirming that the use on the upper floors appears to be residential but unauthorised.
Yes.
Yeah. And there is no evidence to suggest that was incorrect.
No, I mean, there's that is what it says on the form, based on a site visit in 2013. But whether we cannot, I don't think you can glean from that whether that was lawfully the case or not, because the point I would say again, which is that if, as my understanding was correct, it was being based on short-term letting, that if you go and visit the site at the snapshot in time and were to go in a service department, it doesn't look dissimilar from a residential use at all. I mean, there's no further details about this residential use in the officer's report. There's no suggestions of there being post boxes or anything like that. It just says it appears to be in residential use. I mean, the point that we all know is that a service department or an Airbnb type use, as people go and do Airbnb, they go and do people's houses. They look very similar. If you go in at one snapshot in time, particularly in 2013 before Airbnb was taken off, you might well go in and look at something that's actually a service apartment and think, oh, it's got a bed, it's got a kitchen, it's a residential use. So I don't think that's decisive, but it's clearly the officer says in the report that it appears to be in residential use. And I think that's as far as you can take it.
So what we've got is you agreeing with me that they were all subject to separate tenancy agreements, and a site inspection by the council which appears to confirm use as separate self-contained residential units.
It doesn't say self-contained. I mean, you're putting that phrase in. It just says the site is currently in use as a bar restaurant at ground floor level and would appear to be in use as residential on its upper floors, although this appears to be unauthorised. It doesn't say anything about self-contained. It doesn't say anything else about it at all. I mean, the point I was just making is that it's perfectly feasible. The officer could have gone in, walked around, seen the doors, Mr. Coffin could have put his, looked in one particular unit, seen a bed, seen a kitchenette or something, and assumed it was being used as a residential bedsit or something. And that, we're all aware of the similarities between, because it's indeed part of our case, similarities between, hostel type uses or residential bedsits and Airbnb. It might differ on the quality of the accommodation, but, in terms of what is in the rooms and the layout, so they can be similar. So it's perfectly feasible. It could have been being used as serviced accommodation. The officer looked at it, saw the kitchenette, the bed, bathroom, and assumed it was a residential use. And you've got one fleeting sentence. So I don't think that you can attach huge amounts of weight to it. I don't think it's conclusive at all.
Yeah, but what we don't have, and we've been around the houses on this, is anything at all from your clients to show that there was subletting going on at that time. Not one shred or iota of evidence.
Well, I think we've covered that point.
And the answer is we don't have any, do we?
Well, I think we've dealt with that point, and no, we haven't provided that information. But I still don't think that the point you're making in terms of Appendix 13 here on this report from 2013 is, I don't think you can quite make the leap that you're making, to be honest.
Right, but on the evidence before this inquiry, on the balance of probability, at some point between 1999 and 2013, the use changed from a single planning unit as a hostel, if indeed that was ever implemented, to, or if indeed that was ever fully used, to use as 24 separate self-contained residential units.
No, I don't accept the residential use point. No, I don't.
And the only basis you don't accept that is because you say they might have been sublet. Is that right?
No, I don't accept, because I haven't seen evidence to convince me on the balance of probability that there has been a residential use that's been occurring in the intervening period between 2011 and 2016. I haven't seen that evidence. You taking me to Appendix 13 here with this one sentence is not sufficient for me to say on the balance of probability I'm convinced.
But Mr. Sutton, you're turning the test round. You're saying, well, it's for the council to show what the lawful use was at that time. Your client holds all of the cards. Your client has the tenancy agreements. Your client has the accounts. Your client has the evidence of how the site was used. It's produced none of those. This is evidence contrary to it, including the sworn declaration from your client that we looked at. And you're saying, well, I'm still not satisfied that the council is right in saying on the balance of probability that that was the use. But there's nothing to go against it, is there?
Well, when you say sworn declaration by my client, you're referring to the application form. So
I am, yes.
that was signed by an architect on behalf of the applicant. So that's not my client physically signing the form. I'm not trying to turn the test. I'm not trying to turn the test round at all. You're trying to put words in my mouth that I accept that there has been a intervening residential use on the site, and to be absolutely clear, I do not. As far as I am concerned, on the balance of probability, I am convinced the use is a hostel, and the documents that you're referring me to, which I note, are not sufficient for me to sway at this point in time, to sway that I'm then convinced that on the balance of probability, I think a residential use has occurred in the intervening period.
Mr. Sutton, you just said your view is that it was used as a hostel. That's impossible in circumstances where you accept that there were separate tenancy agreements for each. You say, oh, well, it might have been some sort of service department use as a result of a sublet, but it certainly wasn't used as a hostel, was it?
Well, I thought, I mean, our view, well, I say our view, it is our position that a hostel was the lawful use on the site, and that the 94 Planning Permission was implemented. And I think we've spent a lot of time on that, and that now appears to be the council now accepts that. So we can accept that the hostel use was a lawfully implemented use. So
we can, but what I'm saying is that you now need to look at the evidence of what happened after 1999, and you have told me that there were separate tenancy agreements for each of those units. It was therefore no longer a hostel, was it?
My understanding is that my understanding is that there were separate tenancies, and that these were, as I said, that this subletting. So I mean, I don't think that. I mean, I think the point that our evidence in that respect is that there was this move to, not necessarily serviced accommodation, but this subletting Airbnb type use. And obviously, as we've already considered and debated, that is a use which we don't think is materially, which I don't think is materially different from a hostel in any event.
Well, there's 24 separate planning units, aren't there?
You're going to refer, yes. I mean, you're going to refer to the way the planning units have been separated.
Mr. Sutton, it is not credible to suggest that at that point, when even on your own case, at best, the use of the site was under 24 separate residential tenancies, potentially with some element of Airbnb subletting, and I caveat that, not accepted by the council and with no evidence. But even on your case, on that basis, the use was not as a hostel, was it?
Well, the use would have, as I say, if on the basis that there were individual units, then each individual unit would have had it, as I said, would have its own tenancy for an Airbnb type use. So yes, it would have moved from a hostel use.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt there, Mr. Street? And I'm just looking for a break, really.
So that might be a convenient moment. I think I would be moving on to another document, and that seems an appropriate moment.
Okay, it's 20 to 12. So if we, I think we have 15 minutes. So if we resume at 5 to 12, please.
So can I just remind Mr. Sutton, of course, that he's in Purda?
Yes.
Absolutely. Now understood.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, inquiries adjourned. Thank you, everybody. The inquiry is now resumed. So, Mr. Eaton, please carry on.
Thanks, sir. Good morning again, Mr. Sutton. I'd like next, please, to go to Mr. Daines's proof of evidence, paragraph 7.26. That's his main proof, 7.26.
Yes.
And what that confirms, doesn't it, with reference to his Appendix 18, and by all means turn that up, is that council tax was paid for each of the units subject to the enforcement notice from 2007.
Yes.
And it's also right, isn't it, that there have been no business rates valuations for those units?
Not that I'm aware of.
And we can argue about the weight that one gives to that, but as a matter of principle, that is a factor pointing towards use as separate residential units, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it was a very strong factor at all, because as we know, and as was debated previously, those council tax have all been paid during the time when we know it is serviced apartments.
No, but the fact that they were paid from 2007 is a factor pointing towards use as residential units. Notwithstanding that they might have continued even after use as serviced apartments.
But that's my point. My point is, how much weight do you attach to that if, for example, you know the council tax is being paid when you know it's not in residential use?
Yeah, so all I'm saying is it's a factor. The weight is a separate question, but it is a factor, yeah.
It is a factor. Yes, it's a factor, but our view, and as I've stated in evidence, is you attach very little weight to it.
I have your point on the weight, and that's why I said we can argue about the weight. I wasn't seeking to take that point unfairly. If we next go then to your Appendix 11, please.
Yes.
And this is a pre-application report relating to the 5th of the 3rd, 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
And it is not an application suggested for retrospective planning permission, is it?
That's not. There's no reference to retrospective on the description on the proposal.
No. So, on the balance of probabilities, this doesn't relate to a retrospective application, does it?
No.
And what's proposed is the change of use of the 1st to 3rd floors to C1 in order to create a 48-room hotel. Is that right?
Yes.
And this was at a time when your client owned the premises, is that right?
Correct.
And so if the premises were in use as a C1 short stay accommodation, this isn't an application that would have been made, it would have been retrospective.
Other than, well, I mean, if you look at the proposal, obviously the first element of the proposal is demolition of existing mansard roof and erection of a 3-storey roof extension.
Yeah.
change the use of first to third floor level to Class C1 short stay accommodation in order to create a 48-room hotel.
Yeah. But were the view taken that planning permission weren't required for that, or that use were existing, then either it would have been a retrospective application or that wouldn't have been included.
You can infer that, yes. I wouldn't say I wouldn't necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily say that is absolutely certain, because if you're submitting a planning application, you might well put that down for the avoidance of doubt. I mean, clearly you're demolishing the mansard roof and you're erecting a roof extension. I mean, it doesn't say in that proposal what the use of the 3-storey roof extension is, but one assumes it's all part of the hotel. Will be all part of the hotel.
Well, I mean, if we go on site description and background, so that's the 3rd page, and if you go down to the 3rd sentence, starting at the end of the 3rd line, it says, "It is unclear what the lawful use of the upper floors is, although at present it appears the upper floors appear in residential use."
Yes.
Yeah. So this pre-application report, at the time when your client owned the property, sought planning permission to change the use to C1 short stay accommodation on the basis that it was presently residential.
Again, I'm not certain you can be that precise. I mean, again, the sentence you're referring to is as similar as the previous one. It is an officer again saying it is unclear what the lawful use of the upper floors is, although it appears to be in residential use. I've already, made a comment on that. In terms of the description of development of the proposal, if I was submitting an application, that application I might well include, for the avoidance of doubt, reference to the use of the 1st to 3rd floor.
To be clear, what we have is unclear what the lawful use is, and then upper floors appear in residential use. So what's unclear is the lawful use, but what does appear to be the case is the residential use. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that is what's written in the site description and background. Although, again, I caveat it with the point that I made. I mean, and this is bear in mind that this is 2018, and we know that in 2016, at least 2016 and a bit before, the client, the appellant here, was using it for Airbnb. So this goes directly to the point I said to you earlier, that you can go into an Airbnb serviced apartment and it looks like a residential, but we know that there were serviced apartments in place in 2018. So this point that it appears to be in residential use is not convincing.
But when you say we know, could you show me the evidence you're referring to, which shows that in 2018 there was use for Airbnb? Where's the evidence of that?
So, well, I have certainly I referred to it in evidence previously.
You just take me to the document, please, Mr. Sutton. That's all I'm asking for.
So 3.14 of my main proof of evidence. Which says 3.14, the appellant acquired the appeal site in August 2011. The units on the 1st to 3rd floors have been used as short-term accommodation, sui generis C1 use for several years.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence of that, is there? What's the evidence?
What, that it's been used as serviced accommodation?
Since as you just said, you said we know in 2016 to 2018, and you told me that you put all the documents you have before the inquiry. So I want to know how you know if there's a document, or how you know if there is no document.
Well, I think the point again is simply is my understanding, and we obviously know when the enforcement opened by the council in respect to the service accommodation use. So it's my understanding, as I've said, in terms of the chronology of what happened, that in 2016 and a little bit before, potentially, there was a move for service accommodation by the client. As I said previously, there was originally subletting, other people were using it for this subletting. The client could see that this was profitable. Obviously, Airbnb was blowing up, and so they started taking the units back and doing it themselves.
But going back to that, there is no evidence of that, none, not one shred or iota, as you agreed previously.
We haven't put any documents in on that, no.
So when you say we know, we don't know on the documents before the inquiry, do we?
Well, we are aware of when the council first looked into it from an enforcement point of view. So clearly there was serviced accommodation happening prior to that.
Yeah, and anything before that at all?
We haven't put anything in on it.
No. And the date that the council first looked into it was in 2019, wasn't it?
That's not, yes.
So 2018, 2016, we don't know at all. All that we have is the document that I just showed you from a pre-application meeting dealing with your client seeking permission to change to that use.
Yes.
And if that were wrong, you could very easily have put in a sworn statement from your client, but you haven't.
No, we haven't.
No. And it's something you could easily have done if it were wrong, couldn't you?
Well, we go back to my previous point. I don't have that information. That's not been provided to me. It does not mean to say that it's not the case, but it's not been presented to this inquiry.
A statutory declaration from your client saying or explaining that could easily have been provided and hasn't been.
It has not been provided, no.
Finally, Mr. Daines's rebuttal proof of evidence, Appendix 004, the voter register.
Yes.
And what that shows is people who have historically been registered there as voters. Perhaps they have or haven't removed their names. Is that right?
No. No, that's not how I understood it.
How do you understand it?
Well, the way I had read Appendix 4 was the email from, and it's not from a particular person, just as Electoral Services dated 24th September 2001. It says, thank you for contacting Electoral Services. Please see attached the list of properties and those currently registered to vote at the address.
Yes, so what it shows is that they've registered to vote at that address at some point in the past, and that they remain registered, so they haven't removed their names. But
well, all that appendix, Mr. Dave's addendum appendix 4 tells you is who's on the electoral register as at 24th of September 2021.
yes, and the way that that works is that anyone who has in the past registered as a voter to that address and not removed their registration will appear on the register. Isn't that right?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, Mr. Sutton, you do know. You've got experience in these matters. You know how the voter register works.
Well, that is the list of people who are currently registered to vote. So obviously they were put on at some time.
Yeah.
But when you don't know.
No, at some time prior to 2021.
At some point prior to 24th of September 2021.
Yeah. And so what that tells us is that previously, for a significant number of the rooms, 2, 2A, 4, 8, 9A, 12, 13, 14, 18, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, at least one and sometimes two people have registered that particular flat or room as their permanent address.
Yes.
And that would be consistent, wouldn't it, with a self-contained residential use?
Well, it's consistent with somebody staying there, yes.
Well, it would not be consistent with a C1 use or a hostel use, would it?
No, I think that's a fair point.
Yeah. So just summing up on lawful use, you admit that the property was bought with tenancy agreements in each room, don't you?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you have seen, haven't you, the evidence from the council, including reports and site visits, which suggest a residential use from 2013 to 2018.
In terms of residential use, the references infer that, but for the reasons I've said in terms of the comments I've already made about the similarities when visiting the site between a service accommodation type use and residential, and also it's a snapshot in time. Obviously, the fact that there may, even if it was the case that there was a residential use at some point in time, and I'm not accepting that there is, but even if there was the case, that isn't to say that there was 4 years worth of time in which there was a residential use on the site with limited break.
I mean, I was sort of working through, because we've got that, we've got the council tax, we've got the voter register, looked at, and we've got the absence of anything else, looked at in the round. To use your phrase, it's clear that at least at a snapshot in time for each unit, there was a residential use.
Well, no, I don't agree. The only thing at the moment which you've shown me, which leads me to think in going that direction, is the electoral register. As I say, the single lines in the officer's report that you've drawn me to doesn't necessarily convince me for the reasons I've already said. But again, you know, that takes us, you know, for one piece of evidence at one point in time. Obviously, that isn't to say that there was any residential use that became lawful in the intervening period.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just then wanted finally to look at the evidence from your client, Appendix 18 to Mr. Daines's proof of evidence.
Uh, 18, yes.
Yes. Now, as I see it, he says, your letter alleges there's been a change of use to C1. We completely reject this. C1 relates to hotels, boarding houses and guest houses. The use of the building has nothing in common with any of these. It is the case that some of the units, all of which are subject to council tax, have been used by our tenants for Airbnb, and it's possible some of these lettings have been in excess of 90 calendar days per year allowed under the Deregulation Act. Such use comprising minimally serviced yachting. It's not Class C1. Since you've drawn the matter to my attention, I have reiterated to all our tenants the fact that they must abide by the 90-day per annum letting rule and have been assured that this is being adhered to. We will monitor our tenants closely and ensure they are compliant. So what your client was suggesting then was that these were all residential apartments being let out, mostly in accordance with the 90 days under the Deregulation Act, but accepting that potentially there had sometimes been an exceedance and saying that wouldn't happen in the future. That is entirely consistent with all of the evidence that we've just looked at, which suggests that these were being used as residential units, isn't it?
Well, to be clear, the author of this email is not the appellant or part of the appellant's organisation. So I can't, yes, I can see that email has been sent, and you can infer from that. But again, I would say that that is not an email from the appellant, no.
It was sent on your client's behalf, wasn't it?
Well, I'm not even certain that it was. I mean, the author of that email works for the management company that works for the appellant.
Yeah, so it was the appellant's agent. There was an agency relationship between the author of that document and your client.
Yes.
And the agent, of all people, could be expected best to understand how the property was being used.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Yeah. And again, your client has not put in evidence to contradict this or to say that it's untrue.
No, we've been through this.
No, we haven't. So, Mr. Sutton, when we look at this in the round, it is absolutely obvious, isn't it, that on the balance of probability, at least for a period of time, the use was as C3.
I'm well. I'm not certain I can agree with that, but because at the moment, as I say, for the reasons we've talked about, you've got this one email and the electoral register from September 2021. We don't know when any of the people on that register registered. You're saying historically, and it could be, but again, we don't know. So there's two pieces of evidence, and which you're inferring from. So I'm not convinced. I do agree that there is been a residential use, but even if you were correct, the point surely is: has there been 4 years unencumbered residential use without a break?
I'm going to come to that, but before I do, as I said, we're not just in the position that we've got these inferences, as you put it. I've shown you a series of documents, all of which point to the same thing, namely C3 residential use. We'll come to the time period, but all of them point to C3 residential use, and we have nothing from your client to contradict that. So I do not understand, Mr. Sutton, how you can suggest that on the balance of probabilities, each unit was not used, at least for a period of time, as C3.
Well, we know since the hostile use was permitted that there has been no alternative permission, no alternative certificate of lawfulness. So there's nothing concrete that says there was an alternative use that happened after the hostile that's lawful. So at the moment, what you're referring to is as I say, a number of sort of documents, and I've already said in terms of the officer's reports that I don't attach much weight to an officer simply saying it appears to be in residential use, because, as I say, I maintain that a person can go and look at a service department and may well think it's residential use. Well, I mean that's a common. There are much debate about the nature of service accommodation uses versus residential. So I don't think that you can attach significant weight to that. And you have an email from somebody who is, as I say, not a planning professional, is not the appellant, then you have an electoral register which is dated September 2021, and we don't know when the people were on it.
And we have, if I can call it, the dog that didn't bark, the absence of any correction by your client.
Correct.
So let me just. Sorry, I don't want to speak over you. You speak.
No. Carry on, Mr. Stratton.
So I just want to stand back now. The balance of probabilities. What that means is you look at the evidence, You look at the evidence on one side of the scale weighing in favour of conclusion and the evidence on the other side of the scale weighing against it, and you see in which direction the scales tip, as you put it, the 51% point. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And in this case, in the residential use scale, we have the email that we just looked at, we have the officer's reports, and you've said what you give weight to, we have the sworn declaration in a planning application, we have the voter register, and we have the council tax records. That's one side of the scale, isn't it?
Yes.
And in the other side of the scale, we have nothing.
Well, on the other side of the scale, you have an authorised permission for hostel and nothing, and no other formal certificate of lawfulness or permission. So the question is, from the documents that you've just talked about, whether we think that genuinely all points to a residential use.
Well, to just pause there, Mr. Dutton, a certificate of lawfulness, and we'll come to deal with it, but it would only relate to a lawful use. And I'm just dealing with whether there was a use, whether or not it accrued immunity from enforcement action. As I said, in the one side of the scale, we have all those things. On the other side of the scale, we have nothing.
Other than we know there is an authorised implemented hostel use.
We know that there was a permission which was implemented authorising hostel use sometime after 1999, but that's what we have. And in terms of what the use was, let's take a date, 2013 or 2016 or 2018. For all of those, we've got all of that and nothing. And if you honestly answer me on the balance of probabilities, the only rational conclusion is that each unit was used for C3 residential, whether or not it subsequently became immune from enforcement action or not.
Well, I'm happy to accept that we don't have the evidence to the contrary. As I say, there is what you've got is a number of documents with what I would consider are inferences, and if you want to bundle that together and suggest that on the balance of probability, but at the end of the day, the balance of probability is a judgment call. So I've made my comments on that point.
Mr. Sutton, you can't hide behind a judgment call. The only reasonable conclusion, faced with the evidence that we've just looked at, is that on the balance of probability, for at least a point in time, all of those units were in C3 residential use.
But as I say, for me to make that call, it is difficult because you've got the date. Some of the evidence that you've given me is obviously is all when my client owns the site, 2018 to 2020, and my understanding is from the client that it was being used as Airbnb. So, for me to make a judgment call on what I think the balance of probability is, it's difficult. Somebody else, as I say, a reasonable person would look at the evidence in isolation, will come to a view on the balance of probability.
So is what you're saying that you've been instructed that you are unable to agree that with me, and absent those instructions?
No, not at all. Not at all, Mr. Streeton. I'm not instructed to do anything. I'm here as an RTPI witness, so yeah. I'm required by the RTPI to act in a way in terms of their expert witness guidance. So
then, Mr. Sutton, do the job of an RTPI witness. Stand back. Look at the evidence objectively, look at what's in one side of the scale, look in the other, and agree with me, as you have to, that on the balance of probability, there was an intervening C3 residential use, albeit you said it didn't accrue immunity from enforcement action.
I appreciate what you're trying to get me to say, Mr. Streeton, and I can see the evidence that you've put here, and I've made my comments on it. We don't. As you say, it is a balancing exercise. I absolutely agree with the way that it is to be considered. And I remain unconvinced, but I accept the inspector or somebody else may come to a different view. It then leads on to the question about whether, even if there was for a snapshot in time a residential use, whether that in turn was there for 4 years without a break. That's a different issue. I understand what you're saying, and I take the point that you're saying, Mr. Street, in terms of the way the scales are way up.
I mean, you don't have a good reason to disagree with me, do you, Mr. Sutton?
No, other than my understanding from discussions with the appellant,
which are not in evidence before this.
which I've already said and which accept, which are not in evidence.
So, on the evidence before the inquiry, there is no good reason to disagree with that conclusion.
Well, I agree that in terms of the documents that you've taken me to, there is not a direct counter to them.
So, on the evidence before the inquiry, there is no good reason to disagree with that conclusion.
I think we're going around in circles.
Just yes or no, Mr. Sutton, yes or no, and then you say what you like.
Well, I thought I'd answered the point.
I want a yes or a no, Mr. Sutton, and then you can caveat. But my question is, on the evidence before the inquiry, there is no good reason to disagree with that conclusion. Yes or no?
Yes, and I think in terms of looking at it independently, it's fine. But yeah.
Thank you very much. In terms of the timings, we know, don't we, that the first piece of evidence, if I can put it like that, is the council tax records in 2007, from 2007, for residential.
Just direct me to which appendix?
That's appendix 18 to Mr. Dames's proof. I'm sorry for not taking you to it.
Sorry, 18.
Yeah. Council tax since 2007.
17, sorry.
Oh, have I? Sorry, I didn't turn it up.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, I apologise.
Yes.
The intervening documents date to 2013 and to 2018, don't they?
The ones you referred me to earlier, the officer's report?
Yes, the officer's report.
Yes, 2013, 2018.
And the email from the managing agent dates to 2020. That is appendix 18, and I'm very sorry.
15th of January 2020.
And that does cover a 4-year period, doesn't it?
Yes, that from 2007 to 2020 does cover a 4-year period.
Good, that's very helpful. I think we might be able to shortcut the law, so I'll try asking you one question, and if it doesn't work, then we'll go through it sort of in detail, which is, if there was an intervening C3 use on the balance of probability, then the site would have a nil use, unless that had accrued immunity from enforcement action, in which case it might be possible to revert to C3 under Section 174 and following of the 1990 Act.
In terms, well,
I don't think Learner Friend meant Section 174.
I said and following. I meant the enforcement provisions within the Act. Is it 172? Sorry.
Section 174 is the grounds of appeal.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were right.
Section 57, subsection 4 is what deals with reversion.
Yeah, I apologise. 57.4. Sorry. So if I put the question again, if there was an intervening C3 use on the balance of probability, the lawful use of the site cannot be as a hostel. It is either a nil use, or if the C3 use acquired immunity from enforcement action, there might be a reversionary right to C3 under, as Malone friend rightly points out, section 57(4).
Yes. But I think the only thing I would that's fine. The only thing I'd say, and maybe you're planning on coming onto it, is this in terms of any demonstration of 4 years, that snapshot in time that you've just referred to, I don't think would convince me necessarily that there has been a 4-year unencumbered without a break use on each of the 24 units.
Yes, I mean, you saw, and I just put to you that the dates begin in 2007 and conclude in 2020, which is more than 4 years.
It is, but again, we don't know throughout that period, because that from 2007 to 2020 is best part of 13 years. We don't know whether there were 4 years without a break. We also know, for example, because you can see them, that all of the units have been refurbished now. They would have been refurbished back to shell in terms of all the sanitary ware taking out, the bathrooms taking out, and so forth. And we know in case law, Maxwell Estates, that breaks, if they were all, so that would have broken the 4 years. So all of the units at some point would have had the 4 years broken by refurbishment, and we don't know what's happened. So whilst you've just picked a few little bits in time, there's no evidence that there has been 4 years continuous without a break residential use of any of the 24 units, let alone all 24.
Yes, I mean, I am well aware of the Islington case. Probably, as you know, it was my own. I actually practiced in the High Court in that case. And I was very upset by that inspector's decision, and that's why we have the Maxwell Estates case.
Oh.
But, if we go back to it, the inspector in this case will have to form a judgment, and it's a judgment which the council will leave to him, as to whether or not the evidence is sufficient to establish continuous active use for a 4-year period.
Yes. But as I say, my point is that if it was me as an applicant trying to demonstrate on the balance of probability that there was a 4-year lawful residential use on the site using just the evidence that you put to this inquiry, Mr. Streeton, I doubt I would be successful with your client.
No. So your case would be, in those circumstances, on the basis of a nil use that you would assess grounds B, C and A, whereas the council's primary case is on the basis of a C3 use.
The council's primary, obviously we've seen the council's primary case, which is that the lawful use is C3, and what I'm saying is that I don't think that there is the evidence, there's any evidence before this inquiry or any evidence that's been provided by the council which would suggest that the lawful use is C3 by virtue of the 4 years unbroken. And
in light of the position that there is no good reason to disagree with the conclusion on the basis of the evidence before the inquiry that at least at some point in time the use was C3, and in light of the position we just discussed on the law, the reversionary position, if you like, is nil. So for grounds B, C and A, we are dealing with a nil to a C1.
Yes, and obviously if that is correct, then as we've obviously said in evidence at length and in our proofs, the primary motive of all of these enforcement notices is the loss of residential. So if the council accepts it's a nil use, then again we come back to the point that the entire basis of the enforcement notices falls away.
Well, we can.
But we'll come on to that, I'm sure.
We can deal with that under the grounds, which I think, and I do just want to check my notes to make sure I haven't missed anything by skipping the law, is where we're going to go now. Yes, we're going to the grounds. First point, and I fully understand that you do not accept this, but were the inspector to agree that the lawful use of the units was a C3 residential, then your ground B appeal would have to fail, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And if that's wrong, and we're looking at a nil use, we need to ask the question, can the notice be amended without causing injustice to either party?
Yes.
And if you just look at paragraph 5.19 of your proof of evidence,
Did you say 519?
yes, 519.
Yes.
You accept, don't you, that there are cases, if I can put it like that, where deleting the previous use from the allegation of a breach in a notice does not cause injustice?
Yes, there can be, yes. But obviously that's not our case here.
Right, well, let's then just look at this case here. In this case, the point about amendment was made in the appeal statement, paragraph 7.5 of the London Borough of Hackney, wasn't it? Just turn that up to make sure I don't want to take points unfairly.
Yeah, sorry, so the main
The appeal statement, so the statement of case for the council, 7.5.
Bear with me 1 second. Yes.
So your client's been aware that the suggestion of amendment is one that the council has made throughout the preparation for this case from that point?
Yes, and we've responded.
Yeah, and there are no grounds of appeal that would have been run if the notice had not referred to change from residential.
There would be no grounds of appeal.
So there are no additional grounds you would have wished to bring and haven't brought if the notice had not referred to change from residential. You'd still proceed on the same grounds.
You would proceed on the same grounds, but I think, but you know, if you take away the loss of the residential use, and it's within our evidence how that has flowed from the council's case from the outset, and is clearly the prime mover for it, and I think it was referred at last time as the heart and soul of the council's case. If you took that away, what are you left with? And if you go, for example, to, you know, the delegated report, Appendix 7 of my proof of, I think it's Appendix 7 of my proof. You know, if you look at the other issues raised, I mean, they don't get a mention. I mean, they barely get a mention. A single line. So, you know, what are you left with? The idea of character of the area and amenity, and if that was the council's entire case, as opposed to what appears to be in the evidence, I'm going to say somewhat of an afterthought, but clearly everything that's been written by the council today is all predicated on the loss of housing, then yes, we might have done other things, because the focus of our case would have been very different. Maybe we've gone and gotten a, you know, an acoustic report, a noise study, you know, maybe, I don't know, but the point is the focus would have been very, very different.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Sutton, but I don't understand that at all. What on earth does an acoustic report have to do with the grounds upon which the appeal would have proceeded, or the way in which it would have been presented?
Because one of the council's arguments, albeit one that is not, it hasn't expanded at length, is the impact on amenity of surrounding residents from the service accommodation use.
Well, yes, and so that's something that is before the inquiry is to be considered, and what the lawful use of the site has nothing to do with that. I mean, you've run your ground A, you've said that planning permission should be granted, and you wouldn't change that at all because of what the lawful use is, bearing in mind that you address these issues.
I think the council's case is so revolved around the point of loss of residential that clearly has been the focus, quite rightly, of our evidence to a degree, because that is the focus of the council's case, and that is on which the entire issuing of the enforcement notice and everything that flows from it is based upon. Was that not the case, then the way I may have laid out my evidence, the focus of our evidence would have been different. I mean, it goes absolutely to the way that we would have defended the appeal. So
let's test that. Let's actually look, because in addressing ground C, you addressed the change of use from hostel to service apartments. That's at 6.2 to 6.9. So you've not been deprived of the opportunity of addressing that. And obviously, if the use is nil, then the ground C can never succeed, because change of use from nil to anything is material.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to be saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the appellant is in no way disadvantaged if the inspector, if that is the case, and the inspector corrects the notice. And what I'm saying is, I don't, as the author of our proof of evidence, I don't agree. I don't think that's correct at all. I think the appellant, the appellant's evidence and case is very much based on a response to the enforcement notice, which clearly revolves around the loss of residential. So it's more than just saying that we're not, that we're not prejudiced. I think it would clearly, there is going to be some injustice if the notice was changed like that.
Well, I'm just testing that, and as I say, your case on ground C would not be prejudiced, because you've addressed change of use from hostel to service apartments, and if it's nil, then ground C can never succeed. So on ground C alone, just focus on ground C, there's no prejudice.
Yes.
Ground D, similarly, you're not running that. You said to me very candidly you reviewed the evidence, it wasn't sufficient, so there's no prejudice there.
Correct.
And then on ground A, if you turn your proof of evidence to 8.77 to 8.83,
yes.
You expressly deal with the fallback position there, don't you?
Yes, 8.77 to 8.83.
Yeah. So you've had the opportunity there to make the arguments that you want to make.
But as I say, I think it goes beyond that. I mean, as the author of the proof, I think the proof is structured in a way we would have perhaps looked at it. I don't accept that. I think it's so the issue about the authorised use on the site and which then follows in terms of this loss of residential is something which has been debated from the outset. We've obviously not talked about the implementation point today, but obviously it's been in discussions between the parties from February, from the beginning of this year, and the statements of case. So it goes absolutely to the absolute focus of our entire case. So I don't accept that it's just you're not really prejudiced, are you? No, it's an entirely different case.
As I say, you have addressed that case under ground A at 8.77 to 8.83, haven't you?
8.77, but as I say, it goes more than that. 8.77 to 8.83 deals with the fallback position. But what I'm saying is, if that wasn't the, if the loss of residential didn't exist. Well, if that didn't exist, then in theory, probably, I suspect we wouldn't have had the enforcement notices.
Yeah, and that's your real point, Mr. Sutton, is that you think it wouldn't have been expedient to issue the notice. That's the reason why you're complaining about this, because you say it affects the expediency balance.
No, I that's not the point I make. I think you're absolutely right. I think, and in the sense that it is absolutely clear in all the evidence before the inquiry that the loss of residential has been the primary motivation for the council for issuing the enforcement notices, and therefore, if what you say is correct and it is actually a nil use, and the inspector comes to the conclusion it's a nil use, then that does fall away, and the entire reasoning for the enforcement notice, I would suggest, falls away. But that's not the point I'm making. The point I am making is that that is so fundamental. That is absolutely fundamental. That if that part of the case did not exist, then my evidence may well have been written in a different way, because there are less issues. I mean, at the moment, the amenity point, which we have dealt with, the council, in its evidence deals with it in a sentence or so. But I mean, we could have done different things. We could have done focused, as I said, we could have had an acoustic report or something. If the only issue was impact on amenity, then maybe we would have done something else. I can't say what that would be, because that isn't the way the case was structured.
That's got nothing to do with the amendment of the notice.
Well, it has in the sense that it is in the sense that the notice cannot be adjusted if it is unjust. And I'm saying it would be unjust to the appellant to amend the notice because it is so fundamental to the case.
Well, and as I said, that's a question of expediency. And if we can be clear, expediency is out with the jurisdiction of the inspector, isn't it?
Yes.
I was going to say, matters of legal submissions. I'll leave.
That's fine. Let's move on to ground C then. I think you accept that there has been a change of use, but the issue under ground C is whether that change of use is material. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And there are three possibilities, I think, at least three, from residential use, from nil use, and from hostile use.
Yes.
Can we agree that if it's residential or nil, ground C fails, and we're only concerned with hostile use?
Yes.
And then when we come to consider whether there's been a material change of use, the principles in Appendix 23 to Mr. Daines's proof, which is the decision in the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea against the Secretary of State, specifically at paragraph 7, are relevant. And turn that up and look at it before you answer my question.
Yes.
That's yes, you're turning it up. Don't worry. I'm not going to be unfair.
So.
Another paragraph number again, please.
Yes, paragraph 7. It's a decision of Mr. Justice Holgate, and it sets out 6 principles.
Yes, I've read that. Yes, I've seen that.
And just going through those principles, I know it's slightly laborious. Planning purpose is one that relates to the character and use of land. We agree that?
Yes.
And whether there would be a material change of use depends on whether there would be a change to the character of the use of the land.
Yes.
And the extent to which an existing use fulfills a proper planning purpose is relevant in determining whether there's a change to the character.
Yes, I see that.
And so fourthly, the need for a particular use, for example, housing, but it could easily be hostel accommodation, or a type or a type of housing is a planning purpose relevant to that character.
Where it would have a significant planning consequence, yes.
And then fifthly, whether or not a planning policy addresses a planning consequence is relevant but not determinative to those questions above.
Yes.
And then if we could just look further at Appendix 22, so back one to Mr. Daines' proof of evidence. And when you have it, could you just read to yourself paragraphs 36 to 39?
Yes.
And in that case, putting it briefly, the change from multiple occupation to self-contained flats was found to amount to material change in the use of land.
In that case, yes.
All right, I now just want to look at the question of policy protection. It's right, isn't it, that C3 has policy protection in the development plan, including under policy H8A, LP24 and LP25. So that's London Plan Policy H8A and local plan policies 24 and 25.
Yes.
In terms of hostile use then, hostile use is a sui generis use, isn't it?
Correct.
So it does not fall within use class C1 as service departments do.
It doesn't fall within C1 use, no.
And then if we could look please at the Westminster case that I sent through, and I think it is then referred to in Mr. Daines's addendum proof of evidence, Westminster against the Secretary of State, and I need to open it as well. The reference is 2015 EWCA Civ 482. That's Appendix 12 or to Mr. Daines's addendum.
Yes, I'm at Appendix 12 now.
Yeah, sorry, my machine is suddenly being slow. Just give me a moment. And if we then look, please, at paragraph 34 and following all the way down to 37, we have a discussion of the test to be addressed when considering whether there has been a material change of use.
Down to, did you say 38, paragraph 38?
Yes, I did, yes. Just while you read those, so I propose to deal with ground C, which shouldn't take too much longer, and then suggest a lunch break before I do ground A.
Okay, that will be fine. Thank you.
Yes, I've read that, Mr. Streeton.
And one of the matters relevant when considering the material change of use in the context of hotel hostel, if I can put it like that, are the Panyai factors, which are referred to in paragraph 16 of this judgment. Sorry, paragraph 13, I'm not where I thought they were.
38.
Yes. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yes.
And you went through those in your evidence in chief today, but I would just like to do the same, if that's all right. So the first of them, in terms of the presence of dormitories, we can agree that there are no dormitories present.
On site at the moment, no, and obviously there weren't. Sorry, no, yes, no, there were no dormitories present.
No. And then in terms of communal facilities, at present, the only communal facilities which you rely on are the washing machine room, the laundry room.
The laundry room, yes, that's communal facilities.
And if we could just look at the washing machine room photographs or laundry room photographs, pages, appendix 5 to Mr. Daines' proof, pages 39 and 41, we find photographs there.
Sorry, what was the page number again?
Well, 41 is the one I really want to look at, but I was, to be fair, it's 39 to 41 are all the photos of the laundry room.
Yeah. Yes, 39 is the laundry room.
Yeah, and if we go on to 41, we see piles of laundry in uniform IKEA bags, which are clearly being done on behalf of residents. Is that right?
It looks like linen to me in the middle.
Yes. Yes.
And so I mean, yes, I mean, so the all the linen, towels, and so forth are all cleaned and provided.
Yes.
So, which is part of the servicing.
That's as I'd understood it, and that's exactly what I was going to ask. So the servicing includes the washing of linen, towels, and so forth by those staying at the service departments.
So, sorry, I'm not quite sure I understood the question. So, yes, the linen and towels are cleaned. So, obviously, when you turn up, you have fresh linen on your bed and everything. And so,
Yes.
we're doing changeover. Then, yes, that clean linen is provided. So that is part of the servicing. That's
Yeah, and that's done in the laundry.
yes, it is.
And as we can see from the photographs, the effect of that is to render using the laundry for anyone else very difficult.
I don't see why. I mean, I've been in the laundry room. When I was in the laundry room, there wasn't a single washing machine in operation. But if you are staying on site and you want to wash your clothes, or you've been out and about and whatever, or you've gone for a run around Shoreditch in the morning, want to wash your kit, you can go and use the laundry room. I mean, it is an open room for all residents to use.
But the full extent of the use would be by visitors, at the most, occasionally washing their clothes, because everything else is done for them. So it's a very limited use, if any, of that room, isn't it?
Well, I don't see how you can say that, but I mean, the fact is the room is available for anybody to use, and residents obviously do use it. Is it used obviously by staff washing the linen? Yes, and obviously there's 6 washing machines there. But yes, I mean I can't. You know, we haven't done a survey to say how often it is used, but everyone has access to it, and it is certainly used by residents. But
well, you say it's certainly used. I mean, is there evidence of its use by residents?
Anecdotal evidence from the client and the managing agent, yes.
Where's that before the inquiry?
Well, it comes back to, for example, you know, Mr. Daines' cites and notes on the time before where he acknowledges it's an open room. I mean, we've been very clear that that room is used. It is available for use. That is accepted, or would appear to be accepted, by Mr. Daines, who's acknowledged that the room's not locked. It doesn't say staff only or anything else. So,
to be clear, when he says it's an open room, what he means is the door was open when he went there. That's what he means when he says the room's open?
Well, I suggest the questions asked to Mr. Daines when he gives evidence.
Don't worry, I will clarify it with him. But that certainly might be what he means.
Well, let us put it this way. The room is not locked. There is not a notice on it that says staff only, you know, keep out or anything like that.
Is the door lockable?
I'm not 100% certain, to be honest. It probably is lockable. I'm sure it probably is lockable, but it is not locked.
Well, the inspector can see whether it's lockable on site. I think that's the easiest way to deal with that. But there's no evidence, if it is lockable, that it isn't locked, other than when it's in use by the staff, which is what we see in the photographs.
Well, I'm not certain how the photograph on page 39 would lead you to suggest that it's only used by staff. I don't know. The point surely is it not? It is a facility, as we have stated. It is a communal facility for residents.
Well, I mean, I just looked on page 41, which is the same room as page 39, and we've seen the piles of linen on the floor, which very much suggests that it's in use by staff, and as I've already said to you, make it rather difficult for anyone else to use.
It's been a while since I've been in it. Is that definitely the same room?
I just checked that before I asked you the question. Okay. So yes, it's what I'm told. I've never been on the site, Mr. Sutton, so and it's not for me to give evidence anyway.
No, absolutely. I've been in the laundry room, but yes.
Again, the inspector can look when he's on site, and those tiles and those units, I think, are sufficiently distinctive that we'll be able to work that out.
Agreed.
But let's just stand back a little from this. In the scheme of, sorry, one more question before we do that. Actually, it's right, isn't it, that some of the rooms have their own washing machine, and so those people will be unlikely to use a communal laundry.
Yes.
So now if we stand back, if we look at the scale or the spectrum of potential communal facilities, ranging from the sort of room that might have pool tables or table footballs and kitchens and communal seating areas, televisions to watch, sofas, ranging from that level of communal facility down to this. This is very much at the lowest possible end of shared facilities. It's some people sometimes perhaps doing some washing.
Yes, I mean, there's in terms of the examples that you've given, that is different from this. But I mean, as I say, the fact remains. However you want to, apportion it in terms of what communal facilities you may or may not have on the premises. The fact remains, it is a communal facility.
But we're agreed it's at the lowest possible end of that.
Well, I think as I say, compared to what? I mean, yes, in terms of the examples you've given, but I mean, it's not a question of whether it's at the lowest end or not. The question, and bear in mind, obviously, the test is that you don't have to have all of the points raised, but the point is, does it have communal facilities? Yes or no? And the short, simple answer is yes. It has communal facilities.
I just want to pick up on that last question, Mr. Sutton, because this isn't just a binary yes or no question, is it? It's a multifactorial judgment to be made having regard to the nature and extent of all of the criteria.
Yeah. Yes.
And so the extent to which criterion is met is something which feeds into that overall multifactorial judgment, which the inspector has to make. Is it materially different or not?
Yes. I mean, yes.
Just to put it in a glib way, and frankly, so that I can put it in my closing, it's not a tick box exercise.
Right. Okay. Well, I accept it. I agree. It's not simply a tick box exercise, but in terms of the relevant criteria, the fact remains there are communal facilities on site. However much you wish to downplay them, rightly or wrongly, there are communal facilities on site.
Well, without saying that is accepted, and I'll let Mr. Daines deal with that in his evidence, I put to you that the room is lockable. I put to you that there's no evidence of its use. But leaving that aside, even on your case, that's where we've got to. Let's move on then to accommodating a specific category, and the examples given are the young or the homeless. And these service departments don't accommodate a category such as the young or the homeless, do they?
No.
What you say, as I understand it, is that people in the form of those on holiday or those visiting do use it, and that sort of amounts to a category. Is that what you're saying?
The point I was, and bear in mind that the tests that you're looking at are whether or not something is effectively a hostile use or not, and obviously our point is not that it's a hostile use, but simply that there hasn't been a material change of use from a hostel to service department. But in terms of dealing with a specific category of people, we say it is specifically aimed at tourists, and you get many tourist hostels. Specifically, I mean, don't forget the 1994 permission specifically says not for family accommodation. So you get many, we've dealt with many tourist hostel uses in London. So it is for a specific category of people, and it's for a category of people which your client describes as transient as well.
We'll come back to that, but just to be clear, I mean, that category, namely, as I think you just put it, people on holiday, that would be true of any C1 use. All hotels, the Ritz or anywhere like that, the Savoy, they would fall within that as well, wouldn't they?
Yes, but obviously the question is not, the question is not the comparison with a hotel. It's whether there's been a material change of use from a hostel.
But I'm just trying to assess the relevance of what you have said and the weight to be given to it. And the factor you have identified is one we've just agreed that would be true of any hotel.
Yes, I mean, as I say, I mean, I've set out, I've set out, I think it's paragraph 6.4 of my original proof, what the similarities are between hostel and serviced accommodation, and the first of which is the short durations of stay. So, I mean, yes, I take your point. That would equally apply if I was comparing serviced accommodation to a hotel, but the point is we are comparing whether there's been a material change of use from hostel to service departments, so that the short duration of stay applies.
Well, I see that, and I'm just looking at the weight to be given to it. Let's move on, because I, apart from anything, would like to get to lunch. In terms of supervision, at present, there's no on-site supervision, is there?
No, there's no supervision. There's no form of care. No.
And payment isn't made by the local authority.
It's not. No.
And residents are not placed awaiting accommodation elsewhere, are they?
No.
And so the transients, and you dealt with this in terms of duration of stay, again, that's no different from any other hotel.
Well, I mean, it's not any different from any other hotel. But as I say, I mean, that's not the comparison to make. Comparison is between hospital and serviced accommodation. And as I say, I draw your attention to the fact that your own client describes the occupiers as transient. But the
well.
Some of it's just, I mean, to put it in, to just go back one step to the original hostel permission in 1994, which said, it's not to be used for family accommodation. I mean, that hostel permission, as far as I am aware, in terms of the evidence for this inquiry, was not intended for local authority accommodation. It was not intended for homeless people or anything like that. So those comments in terms of whether there's been a material change of use from the 94 permission to the service accommodation, I think are somewhat limited, because that clearly wasn't the original hostel use that was originally intended. I mean, my suggestion would be the hostel use that was originally intended back in 94 was probably similar to many hostels that I've dealt with in London, which are those kind of backpacker tourist hostels, and which I have said is very similar to the serviced accommodation use.
But if we just look at the actual factors you've identified, which is some limited level of communal facility, payment on a nightly basis, and transients or a class of persons in the sense that they are tourists, those are all things which would be true of any C1 use. And
obviously servicing as well, services as well, in terms of the linen, the Wi-Fi, the toiletries, and so forth, all of which are acknowledged by your client. But that's not. But how is that? How is that relevant? The question that we're trying to grapple with is, has there been a material change of use from the 94 hostel permission to service accommodation? So you telling me it's similar to a hotel, I don't really see the relevance.
Well, it's this, that if the factors that you have identified themselves were sufficient to suggest that there was no material change of use, then changing from a hostel to a hotel on any occasion would not be a material change of use, because all of the factors you've identified apply to all hotels.
Yes, I think that's correct, but again, as I say, I fail to see the relevance.
Right. Well, I'll make submissions on the relevance. In the Westminster case, at paragraph 6, if you just turn that up, what's said is that it is in the essence of a. And I just want to check I've got the paragraph reference right, because it wasn't right.
I'm terribly sorry. Could you just give me the?
Yes. So if you turn up the Westminster decision, paragraph 6, and then there's a quote from.
Just to help, Mr. Sutton, it's appendix 12.
Sorry.
I have it. Yes, page 3, bottom of page 3, paragraph 6.
A quote there from Commercial and Residential Property Development Company Limited versus the Secretary of State. And what's said is, it's of the essence of a hostel that its accommodation is relatively basic and inexpensive.
Yes, I see that.
Have you investigated the price per night for this accommodation?
Have it to hand.
It's not inexpensive, is it? It's good quality or high quality serviced apartments which are not presented at an inexpensive rate.
It's good quality. The serviced accommodation is good quality. I've given evidence on that already, so that's not disputed. I don't have the pricing to hand, and obviously, you know, in terms of definition of inexpensive or otherwise. But I mean, the point that you're raising here again is, I mean, that again is the essence of a hostel. Obviously,
Yeah.
the use on site is not a hostel at the moment.
No.
It's whether there's a material change of use from a hostel to service apartment. So, you know,
But this is the point. This is not basic, cheap, if I can put it like that, accommodation. This is high quality, relatively expensive accommodation.
it's certainly high. As I say, I'm not going to say it's expensive, but because I haven't got the figures to hand. But it's certainly good quality accommodation. I've already given evidence on the quality of the accommodation.
Have you heard the figures previously?
I've seen them because I've looked at the adverts and things. I just don't have them to hand. But I'm absolutely certain it's going to be more expensive than, as you say, you know, a backpackers hostel. I'm not disputing that there may be a price discrepancy or a price difference. I wouldn't suggest that at all. I'm sure that is the case. But what I'm saying is that comment about basic and inexpensive is in the reference to a hostel. The question is that we have to grapple with: has there been a material change of use?
Precisely. And what I want to say is that we must therefore accept, given this is not the basic inexpensive hostel accommodations we've just agreed, that they are essentially different. What we see here, the word is of the essence of a hostel. And these two are essentially different because one is not basic and inexpensive and the other by definition is.
But is that material? I mean, if let's look at the, is there a material change use? If you have a room that is a hostel that has got a bunk bed in it or a single bed, and I pay £10 a night for, but exactly the same room, same size, but this time it's got a double bed and I pay £50 for it, is there a material change of use?
Well, I think the short answer is yes, there is, because they meet different needs, and we can look at that now. So if you turn up London Plan Policy H8, please.
Mr. Streeton, can I interrupt? I need to know how long going on because I would need to break for lunch at some point.
Yes, sir. I have 7 questions on this ground remaining. I'm sorry it's taken me slightly longer to get to the end of it than I had.
How long do you expect it to take?
It could be a quarter of an hour, and it might be better to have lunch now, given that is probably sufficiently self-contained, its policy consequences. I think so, you're right, it would be better to have lunch now.
I think it would be. So we'll break for lunch. Would resuming at 2 o'clock be satisfactory to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, then we'll resume at 2 o'clock. The inquiry is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. The inquiry is now resumed. I think if we could carry on then, Mr. Streeton, with the cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. So, good afternoon, Mr. Sutton. Just to remind us of where we were, you had said to me that the key point was whether the difference between C1 and hostel was material. And what I want to explore with you is the materiality of that. Could you please look in the London plan at policy H8 on page 185? It runs on to 186, but it's subject B or line B that I want to look at. So 185 is the key page. If you're looking electronically, it's PDF page 200.
I'm old school with that. Yes, I have the page, Mr. Streeton.
And a simple point, paragraph B of policy H8 of the London plan provides policy protection to use as a hostel, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And if we look at the supporting text, 4.8.1, the reason for that is the importance of existing homes of all tenures being maintained.
4.8. It is, but and so you read those two together. But this comes back to obviously the point about the nature of the hostel use in question, and obviously you're looking at housing policies of the London plan here. We've already agreed that a hostel is a sui generis use, and I accept that if it were a hostel, for example, displaced families, then the housing policies would be relevant. If it was a hostel for example, tourists, then I'm not convinced that policy H8 and the reference there to loss of hostels, that it's actually the intention is to protect, should we say, tourist hostels. I accept it says hostels, but it does say staff accommodation, shared and support accommodation that meets an identified housing need, and I'm not certain that our hostel falls in that category.
Well, I want to take this in stages because obviously we need to look at the restrictions on the permission. But as a matter of principle, the fact that policy H8 of the London plan protects hostel use because they are capable of meeting a need is relevant to the question of whether or not change of use from hostel to C1 is material in planning terms.
If I was being, without wishing to be semantic, the way you phrase that, I don't think is quite how, it doesn't say that. Policy, part B of policy H8, which is within chapter 4 under housing, says loss of hostels, staff accommodation and shared and supported accommodation that meet an identified housing need should be satisfactorily provided to an equivalent or better standard. So you've got to read that sentence in the whole, and that's not quite how you just put it to me just now. Well,
let's put it this way. Provided the hostel is capable, if I can put it like that, of meeting an identified housing need, this policy applies. Although it doesn't say loss of hostels capable of meeting identified need, it says loss of hostels that meet an identified need. Yes, because obviously if you don't use something in a particular way, when you could not use it at all, and it might not then in practice be meeting it. What it means is if that accommodation is able to meet the need of an identified group of people, the policy will apply. Well, I think the point, I think we agree on the point, and you've directed me to the following paragraph 4.8.1, yes, which clearly talks about redevelopment intensification of London's housing stock. So I think we can agree that this policy, this housing policy in chapter 4 on the housing, is intended to protect to protect hostels that are in effectively a residential type use, and by that I mean, you know, hostels that I've dealt with, which might be, for example,
dealing with, you know, displaced families or you know, people who need immediate care for a local authority. So if Hackney had a family that needed immediate housing, it might be put in a hostel. That clearly would fall under this the remit of this policy. If it was a backpackers hostel, for want of a better word, I don't think that would be the case.
How one treats it turns on the ambit of the lawful use, doesn't it? So if there was a condition saying for backpackers only, that would be one thing.
Yes, and obviously bear in mind on the 94 permission there is a condition which does say no family.
Yes, well, I was going to come to that. We can do it now. Your Appendix 8 and it's Condition 6 that I think you're referring to.
Yes, that's right.
And what it says is only non-family accommodation. So it doesn't, for example, restrict the provision, as you said, of housing by the local authority for individuals, use as a halfway house, people coming out of rehabilitation and so forth. None of those are prevented from being, or none of those fall out with the ambit of this permission.
That is correct. I mean, yes, that is correct. The condition only prevents non-family accommodation, and you look on the next page, the reason for it, and it says, you know, they didn't effectively, they would have refused an unrestricted hostel use. So because we don't have the officer's report, we're not clear quite what that meant. But yes, I agree with you that it only restricts it only restricts family accommodation.
Yeah, so one thing that achieves is it avoids the risk of detriment to amenity if you were to have family groups living in small spaces, essentially.
Agreed.
But it does mean that, pursuant to the 94 permission, if it could be now relied upon, and we've discussed that, this site very much could meet an identified housing need in the form of those groups that you and I just discussed.
Yes, I mean, yes.
And so in that regard, it does benefit from the policy protection in H8.
Well, as I say, it comes down to, obviously, I agree. I mean, how was it actually used? But yes, it could be used. It could be used for housing. I accept that.
And so it does benefit from the protection in Part B of Policy H8.
If that's how it was used, yes. As I say, if it was, you know, if put it like this, if you as a planning officer, or if I was a planning officer, was dealing with an application for a change of use of a backpackers hostel, should we say, would I look at policy H8 as being relevant? I'm not certain that I would, but
can we, Mr. Stretton? I mean, Mr. Sutton has been very clear on his answers to this question, and I know you've tried to put it to him in lots of different ways, but he's very clear that it depends on what the use is currently. You might not agree with that, and you can certainly put that in your closing, but I don't think there's any point in keeping on asking the question of him, really.
No, sir. Well, I'll just ask one final question, which is that there is no evidence that this was ever used just as a backpackers hostel, is there?
No, I don't have that evidence, no.
Thank you very much. In terms of sorry, just give me a second. Your proof of evidence, paragraph 3.19. You explain there, don't you, that there's no concierge, clerk, or hotel facilities of any kind?
Correct.
And I think the way you put it is automation, but the effect of that is that there's no one there to monitor the use.
I mean, there obviously there is staff that are visiting the premises, but you don't need you're not. It's not a meet and greet. So when you arrive, you don't have to meet somebody and be shown to your room. No, it's automated in the sense that you will have a key code. You'll use that to get in the door. Use that to get in your room.
No, and there's no night warden, for example.
No, I mean there's management staff, cleaning staff, but there's not there's not a 24-hour concierge or anything like that. No.
So nobody would know, for example, if a group staying went out for a night and came back and brought with them a number of other people to spend the night in and have a party or whatever.
I assume not. Other than complaints or something like that. I mean.
No, I mean, even if we look at the management plan, your appendix 12, and this, as I understand, is a proposed management plan rather than an extant one.
Yes, it's a proposed management plan, and our suggestion would obviously be as well that, should the inspector decide to grant underground aid, then a condition requiring a property management plan could be attached to any grant of planning permission, which obviously would, this is a suggested management plan, but obviously it could be conditioned in order to ensure agreement with the council. Yes,
no, that's fine. That's how I'd understood it. But even under this, there's no way for people, or rather for your client, to control those sorts of groups coming in at night. And if they're just staying one night, they come in, they cause a problem, they leave, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I mean that's no different to most sort of management plans for service departments. I mean, there's a number that people can call. So clearly, if somebody, for want of a better word, was having a wild party and the duty manager was called, then obviously they would go down and seek to deal with it, call the police or whatever might be most appropriate. But I mean, most of these management plans will have a number for people to call. So if you're a tenant and the person, if you're staying there one night and the person in the room next to you is having a party through all night, then you will, make a phone call.
But that doesn't it create the risk of a materially different impact from a hostel, which is being managed through the bar downstairs?
When you say managed by the bar downstairs?
Well, if the permission is the 1994 permission,
mm-hmm.
and it's the bar and the hostel together, then that creates a different level of control over the upper units, doesn't it?
Well, if that was the way it was run, arguably, yes. But I'm not. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm not certain that was necessary. I don't recall in the evidence it's being set out that's how it was going to be operated. And obviously that hasn't how it's, as far as I'm aware, that's not how it's been operated. I agree that it was obviously all one permission, and obviously this comes back to the implementation point, because obviously the bar on its own could have implemented the permission. But I was just looking at the.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, it's a hostel and use of the ground and basement floors for accommodation ancillary to the hostel, general industrial use. So it seems to treat it, doesn't it, as a single operation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know is the answer. I mean, is it different from having somebody on site the whole time? Well, obviously having somebody on site the whole time is fine. But then, of course, the bar downstairs, I mean, obviously the Hoxton Pony at the moment, admittedly on a Friday and Saturday is open till 11, till 2 a.m. and until 11 the rest of the week. But obviously if it was something happening at 4 in the morning, then you wouldn't really expect the bar to be open anyway.
Yeah, well, I can move on, I think, from this ground now, but the point you'll have is that the operation now, both in policy terms and in terms of its impacts is materially different from that consented in 1994, isn't it?
I wouldn't agree that the impacts are necessarily materially different, and obviously our case is that it is materially different. So I don't see that the impacts are potentially materially different.
But the policy position, you would accept that that's materially different, what you're proposing in the 1994 Commission?
The policy, well, I don't have the policies at hand as they were in 1994, so I'm not certain I can.
Sorry, that's not my question. I put it wrong. What I'm saying is, do you accept that as a matter of policy, the use consented in 1994 is materially different because it benefits from H8 than the use which you're proposing, or well, not just proposing, but the use in which you have the property, which of course is not protected by H8?
When you say materially different, I mean, I agree it is a different use, but it comes back to the point I've said many times, which is I don't think there is a material. We accept there is a change of use, but we don't accept that change is. I don't accept that change is material. And we've talked about the policy, and I've made my, I think, position clear on that. So I don't accept that is grounds for there being a material difference.
And I just want to understand the basis for that. Are you saying you don't accept it's material because, notwithstanding the different levels of policy protection, overall you form the judgment it's not material?
No, you're trying to attach, as I say, protection under housing policy H8, and for the reasons that I've set out, I don't agree that automatically follows.
So if H8 applies, if I'm right and you're wrong, would you then accept that it's materially different as a result of the policy position?
Well, no, I'm not certain I do agree with that. I mean, yes, it may be protected by the policy if what you were saying was correct. But does that mean a material change of use has occurred? I mean, I'm not. I mean, I believe, you know, I think you're referring to the Richmond case, aren't you? Which obviously was to do with residential and the loss of a residential use. As I say, so you know, it would follow, I guess, if. You know, if we accepted, if you asserted that it was a hostel in you know, closely aligned to a residential use, then yes, but we don't know that. And what I've said and the position that I've suggested, it wouldn't be the case.
So just to go back, and I'm sorry to want to be clear, but if I'm right and the position is one covered by H8, which is what you're saying is akin to a residential use, then you would accept it's a material different. If you're right and H8 doesn't apply to it, then you say no material difference.
Well, I think this comes down to the appropriateness of the Richmond case in this situation. I mean, I'm aware of the Richmond case. I'm aware that many people think it's a bit of an outlier, but it is a case. But I'm not certain at all that I would be able to agree, and I don't agree that what you're suggesting is correct. And even if we accepted you were right, I don't think I would go so far as to say simply because of policy H8, therefore was a material change of use.
But that would involve disagreeing with the judgment of the High Court in the Richmond case and with the principles set out in the RBKC case to which I took you earlier, wouldn't it?
Yes. Well, I think I'll leave that for legal submissions, Mr. Stretton.
Very well. Let's move to ground A, further from the law.
Thank you.
Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Practice Act 2004 makes clear that planning applications should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that creates what's been described as a statutory presumption that where development doesn't accord with the development plan read as a whole, planning permission will be refused unless material considerations outweigh that.
Yes, that's correct. Although I've previously, in my evidence, highlighted that it is possible, obviously, to be in compliance with the development plan, even if you are at odds with a particular policy.
Yeah, that principle, if it helps you, is not in dispute. That you to make a judgment as to whether you accord with the plan read as a whole. The NPPF, though, does also make clear, doesn't it, that planning should be plan-led or generally plan-led, and that also lends support to the approach that if, as a whole, you're departing from the development plan, planning permission should be refused as another material consideration.
Yes, unless material considerations, suggest otherwise.
Yeah. And in this case, I don't think there's any dispute between us, is there, that the relevant development plan policies in the local plan and the London plan are up to date?
Correct. Agreed.
So just in terms of the scenarios we need to test under ground A, one is if the lawful use is C3 and then there's the loss of residential. 2 is if the use is nil, and 3 is if the use is as a hostel. Is that right?
I think that's fair, yes.
And on the hostel question, we've obviously just been around the houses on H8, and I don't want to go back through that. But if I'm right that it applies, and obviously this is on the assumption that you're right that the lawful use is a hostel, which isn't accepted, you'd agree that that policy, falling as it does within the London plan, is a strategic policy?
Yes.
Adopted in 2021?
Yes.
And therefore attracts significant weight?
It's an up-to-date policy, yes.
And it has 2 parts to it. Part A we haven't dealt with, so we'll deal with that. That requires the loss of existing housing to be replaced by new housing at existing or higher densities. So if the lawful use were residential, 1, that policy would apply.
Yes.
And 2, the development proposed would not accord with it.
Yes.
B, I think we've dealt with, and so we don't need to spend time on that. I assume your answers for ground A are the same as they were under ground C.
Yes.
But if it were to apply, then change of use from hostel to C1 would not accord with that policy.
Sorry.
So, reading in everything that you've already said,
yes.
If I'm right and the hostel does have the protection of the policy, changing a hostel to C1 service departments would not accord with the policy.
Well, no, I don't. No, I mean the point. If you were, I mean, if it is if the lawful use is hostel. So just look at part B. I mean, I think this, and it comes back to my point earlier on about the residential nature of the hostel or not. But I don't. In terms of the council's case and the loss of residential, I'm not. If it is a hostel use, then I don't see that is appropriate. In terms of policy H8 and whether policy H8 applies, it's the same point I made earlier. It applies in the residential context, hence why it's in the housing chapter, chapter 4.
Yeah, I don't want to go around the houses on that, but the point is this, that as we've agreed, hostels are basic and inexpensive, and as a result of that, they are capable of meeting a specific need. You agree?
They are, yes.
And if, in our case, the 1994 consent not only was lawfully implemented, but could also still be relied upon for the lawful use of the hostel. If that were accepted, and if it were also accepted that policy H8B was engaged, and I understand you disagree with me on that, you say it's not engaged because it doesn't meet an identified need, but assume for this question that it is, then turning that hostel, which, and I understand you don't accept it, meets an identified housing need or is capable of doing so, into service departments would not accord with the prohibition in policy H8B.
If what you said is correct, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with that.
You disagree, and I completely understand that. We've just talked about that at some length. I'd now like to look at the local plan, please, and in particular, page 69, policy LP2.
Yes.
And this deals with amenity, doesn't it? Just give me a moment, because I'm not in hard copy and it takes me longer to get the page.
I think if it helps, Mr. Sutton, we've got it at Appendix 9 in the Council's appendices.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, what that requires is that all new development ensure there's no significant adverse impact on the amenity of occupiers and neighbours. Is that right?
It requires all new development to be appropriate to its location and to ensure that there are no significant adverse impacts on the amenity of occupiers and neighbours.
And your proof of evidence, paragraph 8.44, refers to the third party objection in this case?
It does, yes.
And you say that it was not a result of the residents in the units?
Sorry, could you just give me the paragraph reference again?
8.44 of your proof.
Yes.
Now, I just wanted to test that, because as we've agreed, there's no 24-hour on-site presence, is there?
No.
So how can you possibly know whether or not that was the result of the residents of the units or not?
Because I think there was a direct. I believe there was a direct comment made to the appellant. So.
A direct comment by whom?
From the third party representation.
Well, that's. I mean, we can look at the third party representation, but I don't see it as saying that. It might be helpful if we just turn that up. It's going to take me a moment to get it. Let me know when you have it, Mr. Sutton. I have it.
Oh. Could you just direct me to it? Sorry.
It's not in an appendix. It's a loose document. It's the third party comments on the case.
I'm not sure I have it to hand immediately.
I can read it out to you.
Yes,
Mr. Grant can object. I'm going to read the whole thing out, which I know is a bit laborious, but I don't want you not to have heard any of what it says. It says, I oppose this appeal and would urge that the council's decision be upheld. The use of the property as a service department is incompatible with the surrounding residential land uses. It seriously damages the character of the area. It has adverse effects on the surrounding properties. In particular, there is an enormous amount of refuse that is being created by service departments. This is regularly left in the bin area behind 110 to 112 Curtain Road. As a consequence, we have had to take steps to frequently have it properly removed by the council. The disposal of refuse from the service departments also attracts vermin, which have had to be controlled. Furthermore, the loss of residential space adversely impacts upon the availability of housing in the area. Thus, the actions of the appellant run directly counter to the London Plan, FALP 2016, and the Hackney Development Management Plan 2015. I urge that the appeal be dismissed. So that doesn't suggest, does it, that it's anyone else that's causing it?
Well, as I said, as I say in my paragraph 8.44, I mean, there is a refuse store on site for use. There is you'll see it on the site visit, the inspector will see on the site visit, there is a wooden refuse store on site. When I was last on site, there was refuse in Curtain Close, but that was fly tipping. So that wasn't to do with the appellant's use at all.
But what this person who lives locally says is that there's an enormous amount of refuse that's being created by service departments, and it's regularly left in the bin area behind 110 to 112 Curtain Road. It's very clear, isn't it?
Well, as I say, if you go on site and have a look, I mean, if it's left behind the bin area, then it's probably fly tipping, because that's where there was fly tipping when I was on site. There's a wooden close bordered timber fence refuse area, and then there is a sort of Curtain Close, which is an alley, when I was on site, that's where there was fly tipping from wherever.
Can I just interrupt a second, Mr. Grant? You want to make a point?
So thank you. So far as refuse is concerned, and you'll note we dealt with it in our evidence in terms of proposed management plan and so on, but that's never been, in respect of the amenity issue, that's never been part of the council's case. I understand, of course, it's been raised by a third party, and that's why we sought to address it in our evidence. But the council's case in respect of amenity has been specifically put on the basis of noise and disturbance, and the only further particularisation of it in the council's evidence was that those who are transient tenants make more noise than those who are permanent occupiers. So that is the way in which it's always been put by the council. And what my learned friend is doing here is effectively adopting the position of a third party on refuse, when that's never been the position that the council have previously taken. It's not been raised in their evidence. It's not been raised in the statement of common ground. It's not been raised in opening. So this is the first time that the council have treated that as being part of their case.
You want to come back on that, Mr. Stretton?
Well, so to be clear, all I am doing is querying the way in which this is put in the appellant's proof, which is to say, essentially, that it's got nothing to do with his site or with his client's site. And in my submission, that's not something which it's possible to advance on the evidence because of the absence of control, which is what I want to go on to address in the context of noise and disturbance.
That's fine, and I'll let you carry on. It's in the proof, and I can see you can ask questions on it. So I take the point, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Sutton, as I was saying, the thing is that in the absence of anyone on site, in the absence of on-site control, you simply cannot know whether or not your site is the reason why refuse is being produced.
Well, no, I don't think that's right at all. I mean, if you come on site as staff do on a daily basis, and obviously go to the refuse store on a daily basis, and there is a pile of rubbish outside, you will know whether it's your rubbish or not.
Well, you won't know whether it's rubbish from the night before because there's no one there through the night. So if people sit there and drink tins of beer or whatever through the night and then lob them out in the morning, you simply don't know, do you?
Well, they've got bins. I mean, they have bins in their room. I'm not sure they would need to do that.
Right.
It's not for tenants to, empty their own rubbish. I mean, there are bins in the individual units.
I think probably depends on the quantum. And again, if you have people coming back, having parties at night, and you've got no on-site presence, you simply cannot control that. So it has the potential for significant noise and disturbance.
Well, that's very much. That's rather a negative outlook on it, I must say. I mean, simply because it's service departments, I don't see that it follows that it is more likely for there to be parties or noise and disturbance. I've already, I believe in my evidence in chief, discussed why I think there are likely to be benefits actually over a residential use on the site in terms of noise and disturbance. And, and I can see that obviously you're trying to make the point here, but I mean, in terms of your client's own evidence, the proof of evidence of Mr. Daines at all that is said on amenity on 7.32 is not conclusive. If you look at Mr. Daines' evidence on page 11 of his proof, the end part of paragraph 732, all it says is the transient nature of occupation of the property may result in significant adverse impact on the residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. And then there's no suggestion as to how or why or anything else. And I've explained previously why, in terms of less deliveries, less Amazon deliveries, less Tesco deliveries, whatever it might be, people being out most of the day, sightseeing, whatever, compared to people who might be at home or whatever. So I don't see that your line of questioning that there must be a worse adverse impact because it's simply service department and the management plan won't work. I don't follow that at all.
Well, I'm working through it, and let's start with this. One, the location on Curfton Road in the Shoreditch area is proximate to some of London's busiest and most thriving nightlife.
There's certainly there's lots of there are certainly it's a mixed area, as I've said in my evidence. There are plenty of restaurants and bars in the vicinity. Hoxton Pony on the ground floor, as I've said already, is open till 11 o'clock Sunday through to Thursday till 2 a.m. on a Friday and a Saturday.
And two, if you live next to someone all the time, if you're permanent neighbours, then you develop a rapport with them and you're less likely to want to upset them. Whereas if you're visiting just for one night, then your concern about the impact on those you live next door to is different, isn't it?
I suppose, you're rather, that's, if you're that way inclined, I think is the short answer. I mean, if you're that way inclined, I suspect you would have a party irrespective of your neighbours, whether you owned the property or, you were visiting, as a visitor to London. But I think, there's no, I don't think there is any evidence, the only third party we've got, it relates, issue in terms of amenity relates to rubbish. The point that's being made by your client, of which there is no evidence to back it up at all, is to do with noise and disturbance, and there's no evidence that there is any noise and disturbance arising from the use. I mean, the use is in situ at the moment, so it's not hypothetical. If what you were suggesting was the case, then I'm sure the council's environmental health department would have had complaints about all-night parties and the like.
My third point is that when you consider it, because they're service departments rather than being a hotel or some other kind of C1 use, you don't have the on-site presence which enables you actively to manage it, and your management plan also doesn't facilitate that sort of active management, does it?
I mean, a condition requiring an operational management plan is common, in my experience, to many planning permissions for service departments. So it's not it's not unusual at all, and I suspect that many local authorities, your client included, in granting permission for serviced accommodation, will ask for a management plan. So I don't think there's anything unusual.
No, I agree with that, but the point is that complaints under your management plan, complaints made before 1 a.m. will be responded to within a 2-hour time frame. Other complaints will be responded to within 24 hours. That's your Appendix 12, paragraph 1.1, which means at the most sensitive time, late at night, you have to wait 24 hours for anyone to get back to you.
Can I just ask Mr. Stretton how much longer you're going on for? I've been fairly tolerant because you said at the beginning of the inquiry the cross-examination would take about an hour and a half. I think I've allowed you double. I'd just like some idea of how long we're going to carry on.
Yes, so I think another half hour should do it. I need to deal with LP12, LP24, and LP25 and E10, and that's it.
All right, thank you.
So just before, Mr. Sutton, in terms of the management plan, 1.1, if you complain late at night, at a sensitive time after 1 a.m., you have to wait 24 hours for a response, don't you?
So let's turn to the management plan. So which clause were you just looking at there, sorry?
1.1.
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah. Well, it says reasonable time frame, doesn't it?
Yeah, within 24 hours. And the implication is it will be longer than before 1 a.m. when it's within 2 hours.
Well, I mean, it's simply. I mean, look, the wording at the moment just simply says within a reasonable time frame, but within 24 hours. At the end of the day, you know, that management plan would be conditioned, and if your client was unhappy with that wording, then no doubt, you know, it would be amended, and we'd come to an agreement on it.
Yeah, well, let's move on because I'm conscious of what the inspector has just said. Policy LP12 on page 89 of the local plan, please.
Yes.
Again, I'm behind you. It just takes me a bit longer. This again is an update.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm working from the extracts of the policies that have been included within the inquiry documents. Is LP12 in there? Does my letter friend know? Otherwise, I'll find it.
I'm afraid I don't know. Is the short answer because I just worked from the.
I don't think it is. I've got LP2, LP24, and LP25.
So that's what I thought.
It's not there, sir.
Well, so I wonder if my letter friend would pause for a minute so that we can
Yes.
catch up if we're not using the inquiry documents.
Can somebody arrange to send LP12 out to me at some point so that I have it for my record?
Yes, sir.
You ready, Mr. Grant?
I'm nearly there. I've got the plan up in front of me, but
Yep, that's okay.
got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you got it, Mr. Sutton?
I have it. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I'm grateful. Again, adopted in 2020 and up to date.
Yes.
And attracts significant weight.
Yes. I mean, it's in an up-to-date development plan. Yes.
Yeah. And the overall thrust of the policy is to support the delivery of housing, isn't it?
Yes.
And if we look at Part D in particular, that prioritises C3 housing over any other uses.
Sorry, Part D.
Yes.
Where it says self-contained residential units are the priority residential land use in the borough and the type of land use for which there is greatest need.
Yeah.
Not certain that quite.
Right, well, take it in turns. One, it is said to be the land use for which there is the greatest need.
Yes.
And two, it is the priority residential land use.
Yes.
And it makes clear that proposals involving the provision of other forms of residential accommodation, including student housing, visitor accommodation, and alternative forms of accommodation, will only be permitted where applicants can demonstrate that it's not feasible to deliver C3 residential development on site. The effect of that is that C3 is prioritised over and above other forms of residential accommodation, including visitor accommodation.
Yes. Yes.
And you don't, do you, suggest anywhere that it would be unfeasible to deliver C3 housing on the first to the third floors of 104 to 108 Curtin Road?
Yes, I do. I mean, that's the major plank of our case. It's completely infeasible.
Why is it, as you put it, infeasible?
Because a single, in terms of the enforcement notice and in terms of looking at each of those enforcement notices individually in turn, you have a series of units which fail all residential standards that I can pretty much think of. So they are manifestly too small by a considerable margin. They are single aspect. They have no amenity space, either private or communal. So they're not suitable for residential. So residential on any one of the 24 individual sites is not possible because it clearly would fail pretty much all of the residential design standards.
If we take the first to the third floors as a whole, so we have those areas as a whole, it wouldn't it be perfectly feasible to reorganise it into a series of C3 units?
But why should I consider that? Because there are 24 individual enforcement notices. That's not on the table. That's not an option. Each one of the 24 sites in isolation is what you have to consider. And if I submitted to your council today an application for a single aspect residential unit of 14 square metres with no communal space, no private amenity space, no cycle storage, I would, it wouldn't get permission.
Mr. Sutton, if the lawful use of the site is nil, then it would be perfectly possible to consider those floors together on an application because they have no lawful use. And you're going to have to make an application for something if you want to generate an income. And when you make that application, one option is to reorganise those floors into a number of C3 units, isn't it?
But that isn't what we have to think about here, because you've got 24 individual notices. We're not looking at the floors as a whole or the building as a whole. We're looking at 24 individual enforcement notices.
But the effect of the notices isn't to constrain what the council could grant planning permission for in different circumstances, and that's what we're looking at, unfeasible.
Sorry, how do you mean?
The policy doesn't deal with enforcement notice cases. The policy says if it would be unfeasible to do anything else. And in this case, it wouldn't in the real world be unfeasible because you've got the first to the third floors, and if they have a nil use, then some sort of use will be brought forward. And we all know that what you will do is, if you need to, reorganise the site.
But can I just interrupt, Mr. Stratton? We are looking at the ground A. This is, and that the
Yes.
ground A is for the enforcement notices, and that is for each appeal, isn't it?
Yes, sir. But the question is, should each of those units be granted permission for the use which it's currently in? And the policy isn't confined to that.
But I have to do. I can't look at them as a whole because that's a different situation. I have to look at each individual unit and the ground A. I understand what you want to do, and I can see why you want to do that. But technically, the ground A can't be expanded other than from what's on each enforcement notice.
Yes, sir. But the question here isn't should you grant under ground A a residential use for each unit. It's should you grant planning permission for the C1. And in that context, the fact that the development plan has in mind alternative uses which it promotes. If you find a nil use, in my submission, it would be wrong. It would be a failure to have regard for material consideration to exclude the possibility of reorganising the site if its use is nil.
But I still have to consider each application and what can be done with each application. I would have thought. So I'm happy to see your submissions on that. But,
I will make submissions on it, but my submission, sir, is that you have to consider both. You consider the unit, but you also consider the overall context. You consider the context in which the unit falls, and that's standard consideration of alternatives.
the difficulty is that each one of these applications could have been dealt with. I mean, I'm not going to say that could have been dealt with by a different inspector. It could just be one of those units before me, not all the units. So you wouldn't have all those other units to consider. You'd only have one unit.
Yes, sir, but if the use was nil, and you could take into account the fact that the use is nil surrounding it, then the question isn't should you grant planning permission for C3, it's should you grant planning permission for C1, and relevant and material to that is the fact that the development plan prioritises residential and indeed specifically, and we'll come on to look at this, looks at opportunities for delivery, and it includes changing the size of residential units.
I appreciate what you're saying, and that's right. If you're looking at whether to grant a use on that site, you have to look at what's all about it.
Yeah.
And see whether that's appropriate. So I totally agree with you on that. You can't ignore what's happening around it, but I can't assume that something next door can be included within that. But I can consider what's happening on the surroundings.
Yes, and so the last thing I'll say is if you find that all of the units are, for example, in nil use, then that would be highly relevant when you consider the application of a policy like this.
Yes, I certainly have to take into account what I found for the other units. I mean, I'm absolutely right, but I can't conjoin the planning.
To be clear, sir, I mean, there's no deemed application before you for residential. So this isn't a suggestion that you should be granting that consent. The question is, should you grant consent for the C1 in the development plan policy context?
Well, at the moment there's C3 in the notice until I change it, isn't there?
Yes, there is, but that we say is the established lawful use.
Yes.
That's on that basis.
All right. Okay. Mr. Grant, do you want to comment?
So just briefly, you'll appreciate from the way we've put it throughout that the way the appellant invites you to consider the ground A in due course is to consider what the fallback position is in terms of a material consideration. And what we set out, as you'll appreciate, that if the council are right in what they've described as their primary position, which is that the lawful use in respect of each unit is a C3 residential use, then that is the lawful fallback position in respect of each unit. And you understand how we developed our position so far as that is concerned. If you were to find that the council's primary position is one that you reject, but that you were to find a nil use in respect of each of these units, then so far as the nil use point, the way in which we'll develop things, and I expect that both parties in closings will develop this point, is to consider in respect of each unit what the realistic alternatives are or may be. So where there may be a departure, I think, from the way in which I put it and the way in which my learned friend puts it, when we come to submissions in closing, is in the event of nil use, to what extent can you then effectively look at the building as a whole, or are you still required to look at each unit individually? And I think what's probably not helpful to you is for learned friend and I to debate that out now. But I think at the very least, I think that where we converge and diverge on this issue, I think is relatively clear.
I think it is a matter for your submissions, really, but I just wanted to make it, the point is that they are separate.
Thank you very much.
So I understand that they're separate notices, and there are three scenarios, and that's, I should be clear which of them I'm addressing when I am. So I'm sorry about that detour. The point about Part D, and I think we've dealt with this quickly, is that it does take into account the possibility of alternatives, doesn't it, essentially? It says it's the priority use and you only grant for those others if it's not feasible to deliver C3, and whether or not it's feasible to deliver C3 is a judgment.
Well, it is my opinion that it is not feasible, for the reasons we've just discussed, to deliver C3 on the site in terms of each individual notice.
If you consider those three floors as a whole, except you say you shouldn't, if you consider those three floors as a whole, it would be feasible, wouldn't it?
If one was submitting a planning application for all of them, or indeed had your client submitted a single enforcement notice covering all floors, which it didn't, then yes. But in terms of the here and now, no, I don't accept it. As I say, the point is I do not accept it is feasible to deliver residential on any of the enforcement notices.
Right. Well, if the present use is residential, then you have a conflict with Part D, don't you?
If it's accepted, the lawful
yes.
use of the premises is residential, yes. But
and
I don't accept that.
If the lawful use is nil, then we would have a question mark turning on feasibility, and we've got different views on that. Is that right?
Well, I'm much more blunter on it. I mean, if it was a nil use, then I don't accept that. I don't accept it. Part D would be relevant. Well,
right. Well, I'll address that in submission. If it were a hostel, then it would be a single unit, wouldn't it?
Which sorry, the...
If, as you say, the 1994 permission is determinant of the lawful use, we've agreed the 1994 permission relates to a single unit, and so in those circumstances, changing that single unit into visitor accommodation would be contrary to that policy.
If you were treating it as a well, if it well though, hang on a second, sorry. If it was in hostel,
because what you'd be doing is granting permission to turn somewhere where you could deliver C3 if you change the hostel to C3 to turn that place into C1.
If it was that form of hostel, but again, you know, if it was a backpackers tourism hostel, no.
Well, it doesn't actually matter because it's about the opportunity, it's about the feasibility of the change.
Right. Sorry, was that?
That was a question.
Yeah, question. I beg your pardon. No, sorry. Well, I mean, this comes back to to the point that we've obviously debated previously about the opportunity for housing, which has not formed part of the council's case at all. So
we'll move to LP24. Again, it's up to date and it attracts full weight, doesn't it? That's Appendix 10. Sorry,
I have it.
I work with the appendices. I'm sorry for working from the document. And that resists the loss of residential floor space unless one of the factors I to VI 1 to 6 are met.
Yes.
And your proof of evidence, paragraph 8.39, I think your position is it wouldn't be appropriate to re-provide, is that right?
Let's turn to 8.39. Yes, so my yes, 8.39 is my response in respect to the relevance of policy LP24, which again all comes back ultimately at the end of it to the inappropriateness of the site for residential use in terms of the individual enforcement notices.
Well, there are two questions. The land or buildings are no longer suitable for residential use and it's considered inappropriate to re-provide residential accommodation. So, I mean, you're not saying, are you, that the buildings in question wouldn't be suitable for residential use, the first to third floors?
Based on the individual enforcement notices, they are, yes.
But as a whole, they are not.
Well, but again, I mean, this is where the issue is. I mean, I don't accept it's relevant to look at it as a whole. The fallback issue is based on each individual notice, and we can keep talking about it. But the point is, it is based on each individual notice, and so therefore it's not suitable for residential.
Take it that I've understood that, but assume that I persuade the inspector that it is appropriate to look at the land or buildings as a whole. You're not suggesting, are you, that the building itself, that the first to third floors are not suitable for residential use, for example, because of their location or construction?
Not in principle. But it only, if you were going to turn that, if you were going to convert that into residential, you would have the requirements on housing mix and accessible units and so forth. So there would need to be a lift put in. So I'm not certain in terms of the demise of the property, whether in terms of the stairs and the stair course, so forth, whether there's room to do that. But in terms of the principle of the location, notwithstanding it's in the central activity zone and is appropriate for visitor accommodation, yes, it would also be in principle acceptable.
And if we just look at sub 5, that plainly envisages the enlargement or amalgamation of planning units, because it refers to proposals enabling substandard units to be enlarged to meet residential space standards. So that plainly has in mind precisely that taking place.
Yeah, I mean that's an issue where you coagulate a number of smaller units for perhaps a larger unit which meets national space standards. So that comes back to the point on the importance of space standards and having units of the right size, which isn't possible, as I've said.
Well, you say it's not possible because of each being a separate enforcement notice, but were it possible, that would be highly relevant, wouldn't it? The possibility of enabling the conjunction of units to make larger ones.
If it was possible, but I don't accept that it is. So.
And finally, sub 6. I mean, you're not seriously describing this as essential community use or infrastructure, are you?
I think visitor. Well, it's. I mean, there is a specific policy obviously promoting visitor accommodation in this location. So I think community use in the traditional sense, probably not, but it says essential community use or infrastructure for which there's a demonstrable need. So, I mean, it's, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily describe it, no, I wouldn't describe it as a community use.
No, so when a paragraph 8.39 of your proof you suggest that that limb applies, you now accept it doesn't.
It's not the. I think it's stretching a little bit. I'm happy to accept that.
I'll put it to you like this: if the inspector were to find on the that the provision of visitor accommodation satisfied that policy, he would be misconstruing the development plan.
Well, he will, yeah, take your submissions on it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that we fully comply with point 6.
No, so you're not suggesting that you comply with LP 24 overall, are you?
Well, I mean, my view is that LP 24 is not relevant because there is no loss of housing anyway. So, I mean, you know,
if the use is residential, then there is the loss of housing, isn't there?
If the lawful use was residential, yes.
And if the lawful use is nil, there's the loss of the potential to deliver housing, provided you look at it as a whole. And I accept you say you shouldn't.
With that caveat, yes.
And both of those would be significant departures from development plan policy.
Well, I mean, this comes back again to the point that has been made several times in evidence, or it's in my evidence, that as far as I am concerned, the proposal is compliant with the development plan, and the fact that you might be at odds with one policy of the plan does not mean that you're at odds with the plan overall. And I've said that in my evidence, and that remains. So even if what you said was correct, and I don't accept it is, but even if that was correct, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the proposal, the Ground A case, is at odds with the development plan overall, because there is a specific policy promoting visitor accommodation in this location, in which it is entirely policy compliant with.
Yes, but to be clear, the plan, and we saw LP 12, regards the delivery of residential accommodation, and specifically C3 residential accommodation, as a priority. It prioritises that over anything else.
But for the reasons I've already explained, residential on that site is not a possibility.
Well, but take that away, because your reason is, well, the enforcement notice is unit by unit. Look at it across the 3 floors. It very much is a possibility, and you would then have a significant departure from the development plan, wouldn't you?
Well, you're talking on the one hand about the Hackney local plan, which is July of 2020. Obviously, the policy I'm referring to in part is policy E10 from the London plan, the strategic policy, which is March 21. So, I'm not going to agree that that local plan policy necessarily trumps E10. Read them both together, and as I say, come to a judgment on it. But the fact that you are at odds with one rather than another does not mean that you're not in compliance with the development plan.
I hear what you're saying. I don't want to keep going around. Let's go to LP 25. That's Appendix 11 to Mr. Dane's proof of evidence. Part C is a criteria-based policy for proposals for new visitor accommodation.
Yeah.
And you have to meet all of the criteria, don't you?
Yes. Yes, if all of the following criteria are met.
And if we look at C3, that criterion is the loss of general purpose housing or opportunities to provide conventional C3 housing.
Yes, that's what it says. Yes.
And so if, just to try and do this quickly, if this proposal would result in the loss of opportunities to provide conventional C3 housing, it would not accord with that policy.
we go round. This issue about opportunity for housing, and I go back to the point, you're obviously asking me questions on it now, but I go back to the point which has been said in my addendum and the evidence already, is the loss of opportunity of housing is not part of the council's case. So you're obviously asking me questions on it now, I get it, but that is not what your client has been arguing in his proof of evidence.
You're not suggesting that the inspector shouldn't apply the development plan, are you?
What I'm suggesting is that you're asking me about the loss of opportunity of housing, and what I'm pointing out to you is at no point, and we can go back because there's a lot of references back to the original delegated report and proofs of evidence of where it's very clear that the loss of housing, that, as I've said, is clearly the primary mover for the council's case, is all about the loss of 24 individual residential units, not the loss of opportunity. So it's not something which your council, which your client has been promoting. You're obviously making the point to me now, and I understand why you're doing it, but the point I'm making is that isn't the council's case.
Well, Mr. Sutton, I will present the council's case for them. The point that I want is for you to answer the question, and the question is, if, and we've heard the discussion about the enforcement notices and the effect of that, but if the development results in the loss of opportunities to provide conventional C3 housing, then it does not accord with LP25, does it? It's plain reading of the policy.
Yes.
Finally, policy E10H, which I have at pages 273 to 274 of the London plan. I'm not sure if it's in an appendix somewhere.
I don't think I've seen that one. Can that one be sent through to me as well, please?
Yes, it can. And this, Mr. Sutton, is the policy that you rely on, you said earlier, isn't it?
Policy E10 on visitor infrastructure, yes.
Yeah, and I believe your description is that the proposal is wholly consistent and wholly supported by that policy.
The policy E10 identifies a significant need for visitor accommodation in London. It directs visitor accommodation to the central activity zone in which we lie. So yes, our case is that we are policy compliant in respect to policy E10 and the infrastructure.
It's a short point, but you cannot, as you described yourself in chief, be wholly consistent with that policy, given the non-compliance with E10H, can you?
Oh, this is the
accessible.
Accessible. Well, and I've identified that in my proof of evidence. This is a conversion of a historical building. There is no lift. There is no lift access at all. So any accessible unit, indeed, whether it's obviously residential or for serviced accommodation, it is not possible to have wheelchair access because there simply is no way of getting from the ground to the upper floors. It's a conversion of a historical building, and it does not have a lift.
But looking at the scheme of the Act as a whole, we've got LP12, which prioritises housing over visitor accommodation. LP24, which prioritises housing over all other forms of accommodation. LP25, which prioritises housing over visitor accommodation. And E10, which does promote visitor accommodation, but which does not suggest it is in any way prioritised over housing, and with which in any event your proposal does not accord. So to suggest that the proposal accords with the development read as a whole is not tenable, is it?
Well, the comment about LP, as I say, LP24 is obviously a Hackney policy. E10 is obviously a London plan policy. But our point, and I think it remains, is that notwithstanding any of the, and we don't need to rehearse it again, notwithstanding any of the points about the appropriateness of this site for residential use, or the ability to combine it or look at it as a whole, which I just fundamentally do not accept, it is the point that you can, and as I've referred to in my evidence, that you can be in compliance with the development plan, even if you are not necessarily complying with every single policy.
Yeah, the principle's accepted, but when we actually form the judgment in this case, there's a series of policies, LP12, LP24, LP25, which go one way, and there's policy E10, which goes not the other, but which does provide support to you, and even that you don't fully accord with. So when you form that judgment, the only rational conclusion is that there's a departure from the development plan, isn't it?
No, because the majority of the policies you're referring to, you're heavily caveating them by saying, assume this is the case, assume that you can just treat them as a whole. And as I say, in terms of this ground A, for each enforcement notice, that your comments about the appropriateness of the site for housing just don't stack up.
Right. Well, but that's the question upon which that turns, isn't it? If it's found to be appropriate, then I'm right. If it's found to be inappropriate, then you're right.
I still make. I'm not changing my position. Our position is that we comply with the development plan overall. I understand the points that you're making. As I say, my point is that your points are heavily predicated on something which I don't think is the case.
If the inspector disagrees and finds that the development doesn't accord with the development plan, you're not suggesting planning permission should nevertheless be granted, are you?
In terms of no, I mean the ground A, I appreciate, is based obviously on the development plan in accordance with the development plan.
Yeah. So just to be clear, because otherwise I will ask you about material considerations. You're saying if the inspector finds accordance with the development plan, which is your case, he should grant. If he finds non-accordance, he should refuse.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That saves me asking any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stretton. Mr. Grant, you seem to have seen. I don't know whether you want to carry on and do your re-examination now. Or it might be appropriate to have a short break.
I can. Can I raise one issue? So far as the last question that was asked, I am going to re-examine on it. And I appreciate that my learned friend has said, well, given that answer, I'm not going to ask you any questions about material considerations. But I am going to re-examine on that. So I'm letting my learned friend know about that now.
So the purpose of re-examination is to clarify, not to change.
No,
and it would not be appropriate to resolve from that. I'm happy to go on and ask the questions, but otherwise I would be fundamentally prejudiced because I have cut my cross-examination short on the basis that we've agreed.
That's precisely why I've raised it now, so that the learned friend is aware of that, because as you'll recall, at the very outset of the cross-examination in respect of ground A, the learned friend put to the witness specific questions in relation to section 38.6, and the answers that were given then weren't the same as the answers that were given at the end. So there have been two different answers in effect to the same question. That's why it's something I want to clarify, and that's why I'm raising it now, so that my learned friend knows that, because having said as he has, well, I'm not going to ask any questions then.
Is this unless material considerations dictate otherwise?
Yes.
You want to raise? Okay. Do you want to carry on and ask your questions then, Mr. Stretton?
I will, sir, if that's all right. Mr. Sutton, it's a difficult position for you because of the answer you've just given, but I think what Mr. Grant is going to say is, well, you rely on the delivery of visitor accommodation as a benefit, which would mean a departure should be made from the development plan. Is that your position? Will be my first question.
Yeah, I realised as soon as I just said it there. I mean, yes, obviously, anything that doesn't accord with the development plan is based. Obviously, you have to look at other material considerations.
Yeah, and other material considerations are matters which go beyond the remit of the development plan and provide a reason for departing from it, aren't they?
Well, material considerations are exactly what they say, material in whatever shape or form. So, yes, provided they are other factors or material factors, they might be in some form related.
Yeah, There are other factors, so there are matters falling out with the remit of the strategy and the development plan.
Potentially, yes.
Matters falling within the strategy of the development plan, where the development plan is up to date, fall to be considered with reference to that plan, don't they?
Yes.
In this case, we've agreed there's an up-to-date plan which sets out an effective strategy for meeting the need for different types of development. That's the effect of being up to date. It's been found sound, which includes housing need and visitor accommodation, doesn't it?
Well, I've made my comments on the appropriateness for housing, but certainly in respect to visitor accommodation, yes.
Yeah, so as I said, what the development plan does is it sets out a strategy balancing the need for both. That's what the policies in it do.
Yes, yes.
And that balance has been struck and found sound at a policy level, hasn't it?
Well, you have two development plans here, the London plan and the local plan, yes.
And we read them together and as a whole, unless there's a conflict between them, in which case the most recently adopted policy will trump.
Yes.
So, as I say, the balance is struck by the development plan, and you cannot rationally depart from the development plan because you would strike the balance differently from the one in which the policies do. That isn't another material consideration. That's just ripping up the development plan strategy, isn't it?
Well, no, there may often be material considerations which outweigh a policy conflict. I mean, that's a decision for the judgment maker. There's a judgment for the decision maker to make.
In principle, there may be, but where the plan is through its policies balancing needs for different types of development, that need can't then also be another material consideration justifying a departure from the plan, because the plan's own policies strike the balance between the needs.
Well, you're talking about. You're talking about two separate documents, but yes, it is a question of balancing the need. But what you've got here is a London Plan March 2021 policy, which identifies a significant need for visitor accommodation. It directs that need to particular locations, including within the central activity zone with which we lie. So, so we are attaching significant weight to that need for visitor accommodation.
I fully understand that, Mr. Sutton, but that's what the plan does. That's why you're saying we're attaching weight to the London Plan, and in particular policy E10, which does these things. That's not another material consideration. That's just part of the plan. That's what the plan does. It balances those land uses. That's why you say it accords with the plan, and I say it doesn't.
Yes, one of the reasons why we say it accords with the plan is to do with policy E10 and the need for visitor accommodation, the appropriateness of the location. Yes.
So these questions, the question of need for visitor accommodation, the question of need for housing, those are dealt with through the plan process. They're not other material considerations, are they? Well,
as I say, where you are assessing a policy based, where you're assessing a proposal based on different policies, you will look at the particular issues, whatever it might be, and whether it's housing need or whether it's visitor accommodation need. I would say that they would be because whichever way round you want to look at it, I would say that was a material consideration which needs to be taken account of. It might have a policy basis, whichever way you look at it, but I would say that's a material consideration that you would.
Let's put it this way: it can't rationally be relied upon as a reason to depart from the plan if it's something which the plan has itself incorporated.
Well, this comes back to the point that you don't necessarily have to comply with every single policy in order to depart from the plan. So I don't see that it's at odds.
Well, look, I understand your position, Mr. Sutton, because as you've said, you think it accords with the plan read as a whole. But what I'm trying to deal with is this alternative scenario where it doesn't accord with the plan read as a whole. And what I'm saying is, if it doesn't accord with the plan read as a whole, it's not a reason to depart from the plan because the plan's already struck the balance. I can't really ask it more time. I don't think.
Well, I mean, I'm just not sure I agree. I mean, if I'm looking at a proposal, I appreciate there are policies that you weigh up the pros and cons of each policy, whatever it might be, and you look at all of the issues. So, I mean, my consideration was that it would be a material consideration,
but one which doesn't outweigh a departure from the plan because, as you say, you think it accords with the plan.
Well, as I say, I mean, it's always up to the decision maker how much weight you give to material consideration, isn't it? I mean, and different decision makers may attach different weight.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be rational, would it, to depart from an up-to-date plan on that basis?
But well, potentially, but as I say, I don't see that there's a departure from the plan.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that, and I think you and I agree, but I know Mr. Grant wants to ask questions, and I wanted to just make that clear that that's the council's case on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Mr. Grant, can you give me some idea of how long you might be in your?
I think probably about half an hour.
Oh, then I'll take a break now, and then we'll carry on with it after the break, I think.
Thank you very much.
It's 15:25. We're going to have 15 minutes again. So if we can resume at 20 to 4, please.
Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. So, Mr. Grant, please, if you'd carry on with your examination.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Sutton, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
First question, please, and we'll start, so you can follow the structure. We'll start from the beginning of learner friends cross-examination, work forwards in that way. First question, please. If a tenant was subletting the unit on a short-term Airbnb type arrangement, as you've described, would you expect your client to have evidence of what their tenant was doing in terms of their own subletting?
Not at all.
Second question, please. You made a reference in your evidence to different clients operate in different ways, I think was the gist of what you were saying. I mean, what do you mean by that? It was in the context of you being asked questions about the availability of documentation and so on.
Yes, I mean what I meant was that I have some clients that are incredibly meticulous and are very reactive and could very easily provide me with documents. I have other clients that just don't operate in that manner. It doesn't mean that something isn't the case. It doesn't mean that they may not have had the document some years previously, but for whatever reason, it's just not always that easy to get things. Doesn't mean it's not the case, but that's how some clients operate.
Yeah, and when you're asked the question, Bamlin, a friend, that the appellant is plainly in possession, was the way it was put, plainly in possession of the relevant documentation, is that your understanding or not?
No, I as I say, that's an assertion from the council's advocate. I don't know that that's the case at all.
And can you pick up your proof, please, and turn to paragraph 5.6?
Yes.
And you'll see there were some questions that were put to you. Do you remember about your reference to the public domain? You said there's no evidence in the public domain that any previous residential use of the site has ever been authorised.
Correct.
Either through an explicit planning permission or any certificate of lawfulness. You see that?
I do.
And it was suggested to you, wasn't it, that you had choose your words very carefully, was how it was put, in particular the inclusion of the phrase in the public domain. Yes?
Yes.
A couple of questions. First of all, is there anything, anything sinister in your choice of words where you refer to in the public domain?
Not at all. And I genuinely just wrote that as I wrote it. I mean, there was no slightly sinister Machiavellian or at all. I think.
Yeah. You know. And when you read on what the sentence is referring to, it goes on to say either through an explicit planning permission or any certificate of lawfulness. You see that?
I do.
Now, where you refer to an explicit planning permission or a certificate of lawfulness, it's an obvious question, I suppose, but to what extent, if at all, are those matters of public record?
Well, they would both be matters of public record, and the council would be fully aware of them.
Yeah, and therefore, as a planning consultant, if you were exploring a planning history and looking either for an explicit planning permission or a certificate of lawfulness, where would you look?
I would look firstly in the council's planning records.
Yeah. And so where you refer to the public domain, well, what did you mean when you referred to that?
Well, effectively the council's online planning records.
Yeah. Next question, please. You were asked about site visits by officers. Do you remember, I think in particular in 2013, in the context of those applications?
Yes.
And you described, didn't you, a scenario? You explained the picture really in your examination in chief 2 months ago, and then you described again today the picture of the tenants subletting for Airbnb type arrangement, short-term arrangements.
Yes.
If an officer or anybody else visited an apartment, would that nuance that the apartment was being used by a subtenant on a short stay rather than the tenant above them in the chain, is that nuance going to be obvious to a person visiting the premises?
No, and that was a point I was trying to make in cross-examination. I don't think it would be.
No. And so would it come as a surprise to you then if a visiting officer had reached the conclusion that what they saw was a residential use?
It wouldn't surprise me, no. For the reasons I've said, I can understand why that may have happened.
Yeah. Next, please. You were asked questions about the hostile use and whether or not that lawful use persisted. And you gave an answer, I'm content that on the balance of probability, the lawful use remained hostile. And again, be as succinct as you can. What are the points that you rely on to demonstrate that it remained the lawful position?
Going forwards from when? Sorry, from
going forward from the point where you had the planning permission in 1994.
Yep.
It's accepted all round that was implemented.
Yep.
But what do you rely on, whether in from public records or anything else, to support your view that on balance you take the view that remained the lawful use?
Or the absence of any further planning application or certificate of lawfulness for an alternative use.
Yeah, and were any enforcement proceedings issued over that period in relation to any unauthorised use?
They were not.
No. In your view, what do you say as to whether or not the lawful use as a hostel would have been lost because of an intervening residential use? You accept that or reject it?
If that intervening residential use was lawful through the 4-year period, then yes.
Okay, leave aside for a moment the 4-year period point. Do you say that there was an intervening residential use, or do you say that if there was any residential use, or what do you say about the residential use that would have taken place during the period? Did that involve a material change from the hostile use or not?
Well, I don't accept necessarily that there was any intervening residential uses in the interim because of the subletting point.
Yeah. Next, please. And these are some of the strands of evidence that the council relied upon to build the picture, as it were, in their cross-examination of you. The Hakimi letter, I wonder if you can turn that up. It's at Appendix 18 in the council's evidence.
Yes.
Now, first of all, Mr. Hakimi, is he your client or is he part of the client company?
He's part of a management company.
Well,
he's not my client, no.
Get that. You said that in cross-examination. Just answer the question, though. Is he your client or part of the client company?
He's associated with the client company.
Is he a director of the client company?
He is not, no.
Is he an employee of the client company?
No.
Right. So far as, if you don't know, then say you don't know. But so far as you're aware, was he or wasn't he authorised to write an email on behalf of your client company?
I'm not aware that he was, no.
What does that mean? You don't know, or that he wasn't?
I don't believe he was, no.
Right. And have a look, please, at just the beginning of what he said. Do you remember? Do you see the second paragraph, which begins, "Your letter alleges change of use to Class C1. We completely reject this."
Yeah.
Yeah. Service departments, is that Class C1 or something else?
It quite often is sui generis.
Right. In terms of the account that was given by Mr. Hakim, you said quite often sui generis.
Sui generis.
Right. In terms of the account that was given by Mr. Hakimi in a reference to long-term tenants and so on and so forth, it's accepted, isn't it, all round that at the time that this was being written in January 2020, each unit was in use as a service department, isn't it? That's a matter of common ground. Is the agreed position by all parties consistent or inconsistent with the picture that was being painted by Mr. Hakimi in the email?
It's inconsistent.
Yeah. What weight do you say the inspector should give to the Hakimi email?
Very little.
Next, please, council tax. You made the point in answer to some questions from a learned friend that even when it's agreed that the units were in use as service department, they're still paying council tax rather than business rates.
Yes.
And what weight then do you say that the inspector should give to the fact that since 2007, council tax was being paid rather than business rates?
Minimal.
Next, please, electoral roll. First of all, in respect of each of the names that appear on the list that was produced in September of this year, two questions. First of all, is there any evidence of when any of those individuals would have registered?
No.
Secondly, if a tenant was subletting their property on a short-term basis in the way that you've described, in your view, can the inspector reach the conclusion that the head tenant, as it were, wouldn't register at that address themselves?
No, not necessarily.
No. So, in other words, if you rented a flat, for example, under an assured short-hold tenancy, Mr. Sutton, and you decided you were going to rent it out as an Airbnb, would it be a safe conclusion to reach that you therefore wouldn't register yourself at that address?
Not necessarily, no.
No. Next, please. You were the concept of correction was introduced in cross-examination in terms of factual matters. Do you remember it was put to you? You provided no evidence of correction. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Phrase. In terms of the evidence you've given as to what was going on within the units at the material times, where did your evidence come from?
From the appellant.
Yeah. Next, please. You were asked about the question of injustice. Do you remember in the context of a deletion of the reference to a previous use within the notices?
Yes, I do.
And you understand the point about expediency, and there are questions about expediency, but if the inspector took the view that there was nothing in the council's points on character or amenity, in other words, no merit in either of those arguments, if the inspector reached that view, is there any basis that would be left to the council's case if the inspector took the view that the lawful use was not C3 residential, having regard to the reasons in the notices?
No, there'd be nothing left.
No. And in your view, would it be a just or unjust situation for matters to proceed nonetheless if the inspector took the conclusion, well, there's nothing in character and amenity, and the reference to the loss of housing doesn't stand up because I'm not satisfied that the lawful use is residential. Just or unjust, in your view?
That, in terms of amending the notice, it would be unjust.
Yeah. Next few questions, please. And this is about hostel and the Panayi factors. I'm not going to go over through the list of factors with you again, but you were asked in particular some questions based on the Westminster case. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And I wonder, please, if you could just turn up the Westminster case. It's at in the council's addendum at Appendix 12. Let me know when you've got there, Mr. Sutton.
I'm there.
And you were referred in particular, weren't you, to page 4 and paragraph 6. You see that in the extract there from the residential property development, the commercial and residential property development company case.
Yes.
And in particular, you were taken to that to draw out the reference in that judgment to the essence of a hostel is relatively basic and inexpensive. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Now, first of all, what was the date of that case? You can see it in the citation at the top of the page.
2015.
No.
Oh, sure. Oh, sorry, 1982, I beg your pardon.
Yeah. And if you then turn back a page to the very beginning of paragraph 6.
Yes.
Do you see there, it says, in Panayi, account was taken of the earlier decision in Commercial and Residential Property Development Company Limited.
Yes.
So in Panayi, we're told there that that took account of this particular case. And when the court in Panayi were constructing the list of characteristics that we've seen and explored in the evidence, did the reference to being basic and inexpensive make its way into the list of characteristics that the court in Panayi devised?
No.
No. In terms of this point, just taking it at face value in any event, you've given evidence mainly in writing and in chief about the good quality of the service departments. Do you remember that evidence?
I do.
Can a service department be basic but nonetheless good quality of its type, or is that an inconsistency in itself?
I don't see that as an inconsistency, no.
And what do you say as to, albeit that you describe the quality as being good, what do you say as to whether or not the apartments in this case can fairly be described as basic?
Well, in the sense that they are a single room with an ensuite, with a relatively limited, bed and kitchenette. But I mean, the quality of them was, the quality was good.
Yeah. I understand the point about quality. I'm asking you a separate point.
Sorry.
So I asked you a moment ago, do you remember about whether you can be both basic and good quality of its type?
Yes.
You said the quality is good. Do you agree or disagree with the proposition that it's good quality, but it's basic?
I would agree.
Yeah. And in terms of prices, whether it's expensive or inexpensive, I don't think there's any evidence in front of the inquiry of the prices of rooms and so on. But I mean, as somebody, as you described in cross-examination, I think you've appeared in many cases involving hotels and serviced accommodation, and you set that out in your written evidence as well. I mean, would your expectation be that by London standards, this accommodation would be expensive or inexpensive?
By London standards and comparison with some other hotels, I would say inexpensive.
And just by way of a little snippet that may help you on that, can you have a look in your appendices, please, at Appendix 4? This is your original appendices.
Yes.
And what we have here is an Airbnb advert, and you see the advertisement, and then towards the end of the advertisement, if you follow through the pages, you'll see some reviews. Do you see that appear within the advertisement?
Yes, I do.
And there are 3, I think. Can you see one from somebody called Elizabeth in September of 2020?
Yes.
And the very last sentence, very last line, I should say, of that review, how is it described there?
It says this studio is roomy with basic amenities, no frills, but a good value.
And in your view, is that an accurate or inaccurate depiction of the position here?
No, I think that's accurate.
Thank you. Next, please, we're on to amenity issues, and there are 4 or 5 questions really I want to ask you about on amenity issues. It was suggested to you that the 1994 Planning Commission would have involved a different level of control because of, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm putting it, I hope fairly, that of a nexus between management of the bar and management of the hostel. Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes.
In that 1994 Planning Commission, was there any condition or planning obligation that you're aware of which indicated that the management of the hostel and of the bar would be part of the same operation?
No.
No. In AP 13, which was the addendum appendix served by the council, do you remember, which included a whole series of files?
Yes.
Yeah. You've had a look, haven't you, at those files, and you've had a look, for example, at the series of applications over a number of years in relation to the bar, for example, to vary opening hours and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of those, the applicant in relation to certainly most or all of those applications, are you able to recall who the applicant was?
NPG Entertainments Limited.
Yeah. And in terms of a company which is an entertainment company, I mean, any surprise to find an entertainment company running a bar?
No, you wouldn't.
No. Would you expect an entertainment company to be running a hostel?
No.
No. How likely, in your view, is it that the entertainment company that was running the bar on the ground floor would also have been running the hostel upstairs?
Unlikely.
You were asked about third-party issues. Do you remember, and in particular, an issue that had been raised in respect of refuse?
Yes.
What do you say as to whether or not the any concerns about refuse can be dealt with by condition? Yes or no?
Yes.
And can you have a look, please, at the management plan that you, I think, did you draft the management plan?
Yes.
And we've got it at your appendix 12.
Yes.
And if you have a look, I mean, we can immediately go to 1.9, can't we, in respect of rubbish? Ensure rubbish and recycling bills are put out and collected as required in the rear refuse area. I mean, what would be the remedy if there was a management plan in place that dealt with refuse, but there was that it appeared to the council that there was a continuing issue in terms of refuse? Would there be any remedy available to the council in terms of the compliance or otherwise with the conditions in the planning consent?
Yes, on the assumption, on the basis that it's applied through a condition, there would be the remedy of a breach of condition notice, etc.
Yeah. And in terms of the noise issue, we'll keep this document open for the moment, but you were asked some questions about noise. And you were taken to 1.1 of this document. Do you remember?
Yes.
And you were taken to the sort of split approach between those complaints that were made before 1 a.m. and those that were made after 1 a.m.
Yeah. Yes.
And that other complaints will be responded to within a reasonable time frame, but within 24 hours. And that the theme of the questions put you about that was, well, that's not very good. So far as the response time within 24 hours, I mean, what do you say as to whether or not that should be treated as the best the council are going to get through conditions, or to what extent do you say that this management plan can be adjusted to a different time frame?
Well, quite, and that's the point I made in cross-examination. I mean, if it was a condition, if it was attached via a condition, it would require a condition submission, and the council would be able to review it and negotiate with the applicant to have a more acceptable time frame to them if that was required.
Yeah. So, I mean, two ways of dealing with the management plan, I suppose. One is that the inspector imposes a condition that a management plan is to be agreed. The alternative is the inspector imposes a condition in respect of an existing management plan. If the inspector took the latter approach and conditioned a specific plan, once we get to the conditions session of this inquiry, are you going to be able to provide the inspector with any information as to whether or not that time frame can be adjusted within the document that the inspector has in front of him?
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah. You were asked, still on the subject of noise, you were asked about in service apartments, people coming back and holding late night parties. Have you seen any evidence of that happening at any of these units?
No.
Have the council presented any evidence of that happening at any of these units?
It has not. No.
What about third parties?
No.
How likely do you think it is that that for short stay tourists that they'll be holding parties in the apartments? I can't say never, but how likely do you say that is?
I think it's unlikely, and that's borne out by obviously what's happened to date.
Yeah, I mean, more or less likely than permanent occupiers.
I would say less likely. I mean,
and sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, if you're a permanent occupier, you know, you're more likely to have parties, whether it's birthday parties, graduation parties, whatever it might be.
And have you seen any evidence from the council of complaints that have been made about noise to environmental health or any other council departments?
None at all.
No. Couple of final questions on amenity. You may not know the answers to either of these, so if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer. You've explained how these are used for Airbnb, and we've seen specific Airbnb adverts, haven't we, within the contained within the evidence?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are you aware, and just say if you're not, in terms of the review facility available on bookings made through Airbnb, is the reviewing system a one-way process? I.e., is it just that the guests can review accommodation, or is it a two-way process whereby the accommodation can also provide a review of the guests?
It's a two-way process.
Yeah. Second, and this is the other one where I don't know whether you'll know the answer or not, but CCTV. Are you aware of whether or not there's any CCTV at the entrance to the building?
I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, and would your answer be the same in respect of the hallway and the stairs?
Yeah, it would be the same answer.
Okay, so again, that's a matter that can be resolved, I'm sure, at your site visit.
Yes.
Yes.
Moving then on into some policy matters, please, that you were asked about in respect to Ground A. You were taken to policies H8 and policy E10. Do you recall one after the other?
Yes, I do.
And there was a long exchange with the learner friend about HA and whether or not that was triggered, and the council say through the learner friend it is, and you said it isn't. Even if the council were right about that, even if they're correct about it, so far as policy E10 is concerned, does that support or undermine the appellant's case in respect of Ground A?
It supports.
And supposing the council were correct in saying, well, HA is engaged, is H8 and H8 and E10 pulling in the same or different directions?
In different directions.
And you were taken to policy LP12 and asked some questions about that. I wonder if you could go, please, to LP12.
Yes.
And you'll recall you were asked questions about that, in particular in relation to paragraph D. Do you remember?
I do.
And again, the theme, I hope I put it fairly, the theme of those questions was that in LP12, C3 residential accommodation trumps visitor accommodation. That was, do you remember that series of questions?
Yes.
So far as D is concerned, you were asked questions specifically about the wording in the penultimate line. Do you remember where it says, where applicants can demonstrate it's not feasible to deliver C3 residential development on site?
Yes.
In respect of each of these notices, what is the extent of the site in respect of each notice?
It's one particular unit, which in many cases is only 14 square meters.
Yeah. Is it feasible to deliver policy compliant C3 residential development on site?
Absolutely not.
No. And in terms of the effect, therefore, of paragraph D of policy LP12, what do you say as to whether or not that in effect serves as a prohibition in this case on the provision of visitor accommodation rather than C3 accommodation?
Well, it doesn't provide a prohibition on the basis it's not feasible to deliver C3 residential development.
Yeah. Suppose the inspector were to reject the appellant's position that the lawful use is hostile and to reject the council's position that the lawful use is C3 residential, and were to conclude instead that the lawful use of each unit is nil.
Yes.
So imagine for a moment, please, that scenario. Would the inspector, in your view, still be required to consider each unit on its own merits, or is the position then that the inspector has to consider the building as a whole?
No, the inspector still needs to consider each unit on its own merits.
And when considering each individual unit, what do you say are the realistic residential uses that have any realistic potential for each of those units?
In terms of conventional C3 housing, none at all, because they all fail base standards, etc.
Even if, so we're working on the basis that every point is going against you, and the inspector concludes, okay, I think it's nil use on each unit, and I think it's okay to look at the building as a whole rather than to look at each unit. Supposing the inspector came to that conclusion, A couple of questions. First of all, I mean, is there any basis at this stage to conclude that a residential use of the building as a whole would be viable, or is that not evidence that's before the inquiry or available to you?
No such evidence is before the inquiry.
And in terms of standards, even if a developer was looking at floors 1 to 3 and saying, well, what can I do with this as a whole, short of knocking down and starting again, what would be available to a developer in terms of, for example, external amenity space?
And nothing.
No. And if you were to put forward as an experienced planning consultant, if you were as an applicant to put forward an application for a development scheme that provided no external amenity space, what sort of response would you expect to get from the local authority?
A refusal.
Next, please. You were asked questions about policy LP 24, and I wonder if we can just go to that, please.
Yes.
You got there quicker than me. Sorry, I'm having to go through the painful process of scrolling down on a side device to get to the document, but I've got it. LP 24, that's the policy for preventing the loss of housing.
Yes.
So far as just to remind you, so the loss of residential floor space will be resisted, will only be permitted where at least one of the following conditions are met. And there's then a series of criteria which are expressed in the alternative rather than cumulatively.
Yeah.
So far as those criteria are concerned, again, do you say that the inspector should consider each unit on its own merit, or should just group them all together?
Each unit on its own merits.
And in terms of C3 residential use, so C3 residential use, what do you say about little one and whether or not that is a criteria that is that is met?
Criteria 1 is absolutely met because none of the individual units are suitable for residential use for the reasons discussed.
I think you set out in your evidence in chief and in writing the sequence of points. Yeah. We needn't go through all of those. Next, you were asked a few questions about the opportunity for housing. We're on to our last 3 or 4 mini topics now. Opportunity for housing. And again, if the inspector is looking at each enforcement notice, what is there in respect of each unit an opportunity for C3 residential housing which would meet the relevant housing standards?
No, there isn't.
No. Just as a general point, what do you say about the development plan comprising both Hackney's plan and the London plan? What do you say about whether or not either of those component parts of the development plan promote the provision of substandard residential accommodation?
Neither document promotes substandard residential development, quite the opposite.
Can we then go, please, to policy E10? You were asked about this towards the last, the sort of home straight of your cross-examination. On page 273 in the London plan.
Yeah, yes, I have it.
And my learned friend put it and put it carefully. He said that because of H, which relates to wheelchair accessible provision, he said because of H, you, the appellant, can't be wholly consistent with this policy, the way it was put. So far as policy E10 is concerned, what do you say about whether or not the use of service departments in respect of each unit, what do you say about whether or not it complies with that policy overall?
The uses, I mean, the use of service apartments, I consider to comply with policy E10 overall.
Yeah. Does E10 does E10 contain a requirement that each and every limb has to be met in order for the policy to be complied with?
It doesn't explicitly say that.
And when you look together at policy E10 and policy LP25, the visitor accommodation policy in the local plan, when you look at those policies together, what do you say as to whether or not the development complies overall with those two policies?
I say it does comply with both policies.
And lastly, you were asked some questions at the very end of your cross-examination about material considerations. Do you remember? And I just want to just first of all just tidy up your position. At the very beginning of your cross-examination, you were asked and agreed with the statutory position in respect of a statutory presumption in favour of the development plan unless it's outweighed by other material considerations.
Yes.
And at the very end of your cross-examination, you were asked some questions, and you agreed with a learned friend that if the proposal is not in accordance with the development plan, then that's the end of the matter. So you agreed with two contradictory positions. What's your position, please, on that?
It is of course the former. It was I answered in error on the latter at the end.
And it was put to you that in terms of the need for visitor accommodation, that's a matter that is already wrapped up within the development plan. So far as that's concerned, when the inspector is considering the development plan as a whole, what weight do you say the inspector in this case should give to the need for visitor accommodation, both locally and in London as a whole?
Significant weight. Up to date policies, it has significant weight.
And in both your written evidence and your evidence in chief, in terms of material considerations, you talked about the fallback position, and you talked about the quality of service accommodation. As material considerations, what weight in this case do you say that the inspector should give to those points? First of all, to the fallback position.
Significant weight.
And to the quality of the provision.
Significant weight.
So can you bear with me one moment while I check I've not missed anything? I don't think I have. No, those are all my questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. I've just got probably one question for you, Mr. Sutton. You've had a long day and a detailed cross-examination and examination, and most of my points that I had written down have actually been answered. But the point I would like to come back to is the planning unit. And I mean, before the cross-examination started, I had not putting a lot of emphasis on the planning unit, because I think I'd sort of in my own mind thought there were two different outcomes, and they would rely on what the outcome of the appeal was. That if I came to agree with the council that it was the units were in C3, then we're probably looking at lots of individual planning units. And if I came to agree with you, there would be a hostel with one planning unit. I mean, do you want to tell me if that's the wrong way of looking at it, and explain to me why and how you come to your planning unit?
Well, I think, I mean, in respect to the ground A, I mean, our point, I think, is just a simple one in terms of the fallback position. but it is the council had the opportunity at the outset to issue a single enforcement notice. They decided not to issue.
I want to keep this away from the enforcement. The planning unit doesn't have anything to do with the enforcement notices. That's just how the council decided to issue the notices. I really want to look at how the planning unit should be looked at. If you don't agree with what I've put to you, then what is the way I should be looking at the planning units? If you remember Birdle, you look at the method of occupation, physical boundaries, and other things like that. So if you want to put it in those terms, that would be
yes. So in those in those terms, then effectively, I think the way that you had put it out as a single planning unit for the hostel and individual planning units for if it was residential is correct.
Okay. Then that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 4:30. I'm just quickly looking back to see how long the evidence in chief is going to take. The evidence in chief I got for 1 hour 30, Mr. Streeton. So is that's still correct?
Yes, so I think that's probably almost exactly right.
All right. And also for the cross-examination, Mr. Grant, I've got 2 hours 30. Is that still roughly what you're?
It might be a little less, but not much less. I think sort of 2 hours-ish, probably.
That will take us well into the afternoon tomorrow, with all the other bits that go on.
Monday. Yeah.
On Monday, yes, you're quite right. Unless you want to come back tomorrow, of course.
No, thank you, sir.
On Monday, I'm getting a bit concerned that we won't have time to finish on Monday. I don't know whether you've got any thoughts on that.
Well, so you'll obviously want closings in writing. I suspect we would, if it was to be done in the day, whilst both my learned friend and I'm sure, would have done most of our writing, we'd need some time, I think, after the end of the council's evidence in order to incorporate some of the evidence that's been given. So it's without wanting to sound non-committal, it's touch and go, really. If we found that we finished in early afternoon on Monday, then we could have a break then, for example, a late lunch, and tidy up our closings in the light of the evidence we've had, and then deliver the closings late afternoon. It's hard to be precise in our projections, I think.
Would we be able to come back on Tuesday? Is that not? Is that possible? No.
I wouldn't expect you to remember it, sir, but I go straight into a 3-day divisional court trial starting on Tuesday. That's why we're sitting on the Monday.
Yes, I know. I know it was very tight in arranging the timetable.
I think Mr. Grant is right with touch and go, and it may be.
I think it's
Mr. Daines about trying to be as swift as possible in chief.
Yes,
because I think you have had our case in considerable detail through cross-examination, and so if we take some things as read, we might be able to move more quickly.
Yes, well, that would be helpful. I'm quite doubtful that we'll get to the closing submissions. Is my view, because we've definitely got to look at conditions. Is there going to be a list of conditions?
So what I was proposing to do is to ask Mr. Sutton. I don't know whether he's worked on it already. He certainly was considering it. What I'd hope to do is that he can liaise with Mr. Daines, so that what you've got is a list that is entirely or substantially agreed between the parties in the event that you did grant planning permission.
That would be helpful if they could be agreed, or at least, and anything which is not agreed, at least we can just talk about the ones that are not agreed. So that would be helpful. The other thing is there going to be a costs application?
There may be. Can I keep that under review? If there is, from our side, it'll be an application for a partial award.
All right, because obviously it will obviously take time up if we have to do that. So
can I add this, that if there is to be one, I will notify my learned friend as soon as I can, and in terms of what I were to provide in writing, it'll be pretty succinct. I think he's not going to receive pages and pages and pages.
No,
I mean, so obviously I would need time to consider it, but if, as Mr. Grant has very fairly indicated, he makes an application with written submissions sort of sooner rather than later, if I can put it like that, then I will make sure that I can deal with it succinctly in response as well. I mean, if I get it on Monday, I probably won't be able to do anything in writing very quickly, but I don't think I necessarily will need to respond in writing if it's not 10 pages of closely argued submission.
And Mr. Grant, if it's related something that's happened, there's no reason why you can't sub that to Mr. Street and in overnight sort of things for it to be considered, which might help speed things up. Well, obviously, I'm going to have to leave it open. There is the possibility that we could just take the closings in writing after the inquiry, and it may be that we'll have to do that. But let's keep our fingers crossed for tomorrow. I mean, I hesitate, but because there's obviously work to be done. But whether a 9:30 start would be helpful.
Yeah, so I'm content with that.
Me too.
Is that a problem to anybody?
Not on our side.
Okay.
As you probably see, sir, because in case I called someone, I've moved to a different room. I don't immediately have my officer next to me to check, but I don't perceive that it's likely to be a problem. We all meet before 9 a.m. or before 9:30 a.m. most mornings anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's excellent.
Sorry, this is David Daines here. There's no objection from me.
Oh, right, thank you very much. In that case, what I'm going to do then is adjourn. There's no point, I don't think, in doing anything in particular now. I don't think it's going to save us time. So if we can resume the inquiry on Monday morning, not tomorrow morning, on Monday morning at 9:30, and then we'll have to see at the end of the day what we get through.
So in terms of conditions, what I'm going to suggest, I think, is that Mr. Sutton gives some thought to that, and then perhaps over the lunch adjournment on Monday, that might be a good time, assuming that follows the end of Mr. Daines' evidence. That might be a good time for them to consider them together.
Okay, that would be very useful. Just as long as we get them considered before we come to them, that will make it very beneficial. Okay, so the inquiry is adjourned till Monday at 9:30. Thank you all very much for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you, sir.